Would take their seats. We've got about 1 minute before we start. You can keep talking. That's okay. That awkward silence.
Set my alarm. See him today.
He's coming. He's coming.
Yeah.
We got everybody here. All right, it looks like we're about ready. I will call this meeting to order, the Thursday, February 26, 2026 regular meeting of the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners. I will make a note here that Commissioner Zylstra is on his way. He is not feeling well this morning, but he will be here for when it comes time to vote a little bit later. Sylvia, I believe you have the invocation.
Sure.
And then after that, we'll rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear Heavenly Father, we just thank you for the time that we get to spend together this morning working on behalf of our community. We just pray that you would help us to work with justice and compassion and be able to do what's best for the residents here. Lord, we just thank you for the reminders we've had this week of those with courage in our nation. We thank you for our military members who lay so much on the line for us. And we think of the helicopter pilot who was injured on his recent mission, and we just pray for his recovery. We thank you for all others who have laid down their lives and faced injuries and recovery to keep us safe. We also think of the people in our community and in our nation, God, who have faced loss and grief, and we just pray that you would comfort them. Please be with us today as we make decisions. In your name, amen.
Please rise for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Jessica, are you doing roll call for us?
I am.
All right, take it away.
Mr. Barry,
Here.
Mr. Georgsma,
Here.
Mr. Zylstra, Mr. Bonaba,
Here.
Mr. Moss,
Here.
Mrs. Wenzel, here. Mr. Teeples,
Here.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Here.
Mr. Kyers,
Here.
Mr. Bruger,
Here.
and Mrs. Miedema. Here. You have a quorum.
All right, thank you very much. I believe the first item on our agenda, oh, apologies. Do we have any correspondence that we need to read aloud? Okay. All right, then, first item on the agenda, Sheriff, if you wouldn't mind coming forward. We have Sheriff's Commendation Awards presented by Sheriff Eric DeVore.
As you know, the Sheriff's Commendation Award can be given out for a specific act or incident that is handled in a manner that is professional and above the normal call of duty. It can be given for a project or initiative that advances the Ottawa County Sheriff's Office and the County of Ottawa's goals, but it can also be given, and in this case is being given, for a large body of work. For those of you that don't know, we have a group of volunteers at the Ottawa County Sheriff's Office known as the Victims Services Unit, or the Victims Advocates Unit, I'm sorry. They are called out, they are A, volunteers, B, well-trained, and they come out to assist victims of crimes. As a detective, I can't tell you the amount of times that I relied on them to handle the families of the victims of the crimes that I was investigating, to deal with the grief and all of the logistics that go with dealing with the death of a loved one, so that I, as a detective, could continue on in my investigation without having to be both compassionate and working. They're an unsung group of people within the Sheriff's Office and the community as a whole, and their work cannot be overstated. So I will have Judy and Arno Drager come stand up here with the Undersheriff as I explain what their award entails. For more than 12 years, Judy and Arno have been a steady presence for those enduring some of life's hardest moments. Since joining the Victim Services Unit in 2014, they have responded to roughly 100 calls for service and traveled more than 10,000 miles to support the victims of families across Ottawa County. Their compassion, professionalism, and quiet strength have brought comfort to those in crisis and encouragement to our deputies. They embody what it means to serve, not for recognition, but out of genuine care for others. Their ongoing commitment has made a meaningful difference, not only to the victims they assist, but also to our entire community. On behalf of the Ottawa County Sheriff's Office and the citizens we serve, I am honored to present Judy and Arno Dreiger with the Sheriff's Commendation Award in recognition for their outstanding service, devotion, and humanity. On our original notification, we had one other group. One of our honorees has had a medical incident, so we will be returning with that in a later time. Thank you.
We look forward to that. Thank you both for your service. All right, at this time, well, actually, we'll have public comment in just a moment. I just want to take a moment to let everyone in this room know and those watching online what a committed Ottawa County Board of Commissioner board that you have here. Within the last 24 hours, 7 of the members on this board were in, well, excuse me, 8 members on this board were in different states. 7 of them were in Washington, D.C., advocating on behalf of Ottawa County residents. 3 were even at the state capitol last night advocating for Ottawa County residents. 1 came back from a vacation just to be here today. So I just want to tell you how I'm proud I am of this board. And if you could give everybody who traveled a round of applause up here, I would be really grateful. For that, thank you for that moment. At this time, we will have public comment. If anyone would like to address the board, please step forward, state your name and voting jurisdiction, and do your best to keep your comments to about 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, I'm Don Scheel. I'm a 37-year resident of Port Sheldon Township, and I'm a retired physician. Today, I ask that you consider revising your resolution supporting continued operation of the Consumers Energy Campbell plant. I am aware of numerous well-documented health effects of the toxic exposures from coal burning. We know that the very fine particles produced by burning coal are composed of numerous heavy metals and other combustion products that are toxic to the lungs, adding to the rates of asthma, COPD, and lung cancer. In addition, these particles cross from the airways into the bloodstream. These particles then travel to every organ of the body, increasing the burden of heart disease, numerous cancers, reproductive failure, and dementia. The result is a great deal of suffering, as well as reduced productivity and increased healthcare costs. Living so close to Campbell, I am reminded every day of these risks to my family, as well as everyone living in our region. I want to share some good news about what is happening in the world of electricity generation. Every day around the world, renewables with battery storage are built more quickly and cheaply than fossil fuel or nuclear plants. And once they are online, they operate with very low ongoing cost. Consumers Energy has been making decisions based on the cost effectiveness of their options for electricity generation. They've added renewables and have plans to add more. They have expressed interest in building a battery storage facility at the Campbell site. We all know of the hundreds of thousands of dollars a day in excess costs resulting from forcing consumers to keep Campbell open. I stand up today to remind you of the other costs in terms of human suffering and death, and to point out the viability of renewables with battery storage. Please bring up for consideration revision of your previous resolution. Thank you for all you do for all of us.
Thank you, Mr. Scheel.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Michelle Van Dyke. I'm President and CEO at Heart of West Michigan United Way, serving County along with Allegan and Kent counties from an office here in Holland, Michigan. Heart of West Michigan United Way is a collaborative partner working with Good Samaritan Ministries on eviction prevention efforts in Ottawa County. I'm here today to express my strong support for approving the partnership agreement between the county and Good Samaritan Ministries. Eviction prevention is one of the most cost-effective interventions available to local government. Preventing a single eviction avoids downstream costs in emergency shelter, child welfare involvement, school transportation, and healthcare. I want to emphasize that the families served are often facing a temporary crisis, not a permanent inability to pay. A medical bill, a car repair, a short gap in employment can put them at risk of losing everything. Eviction prevention gives them the breathing room they need to remain stably housed. When a single mother caring for her disabled son faced the threat of eviction, the eviction prevention program stepped in with critical rental assistance to keep the family housed. Through ongoing case management, they were connected with utility assistance and provided donated beds, ensuring a safe and stable environment for her and her children. Her story is a powerful example of how the eviction prevention program helps families move from crisis to stability. Our partnership with Good Samaritan Ministries is designed to strengthen the long-term sustainability of this work. Together, we are actively engaging private donors and philanthropic partners to build a diverse funding base. The county's formal partnership is essential to that effort. It signals to donors that this is a trusted, effective, and community-backed effort, one worthy of a long-term investment. Approving this partnership agreement will allow Good Samaritan Ministries to continue this essential work and strengthen the safety net for the children and families who rely on it. Thank you for your time and for your continued commitment to the well-being of our community.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dyke.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner and Board of Commissioners, for allowing me to be here. My name is Bob Hamilton. I live in Commissioner Barry's district at 481 Timberlake Drive East in Park Township. I'm asking the board today to revise its February 2025 resolution and now call for the Michigan Public Service Commission to close the Campbell coal-fired power plant. And I'm making this request for two reasons. First, and for me probably least important, is the continued operation of that dinosaur is exacting a needless financial burden on your constituents. The cost to utility customers of keeping that plant open is approaching $150 million. That's $150 million that could be spent on affordable housing or durable consumer goods or the rising cost of healthcare. And those costs are going to rise as more and more power plants, coal-fired power plants that are scheduled to be decommissioned are going to be ordered to stay commissioned. The second reason is far more personal. Late in life, I was diagnosed with asthma, which I have come to learn can be life-threatening. With the closing of Campbell, I was looking forward to breathing cleaner air and suffering fewer bouts of asthma. Now, because of the resolution from February 2025, I will continue to needlessly suffer from the immediate and long-term health consequences of that decision. Study after study shows that coal-burning power plants are a major source of fine particulate air pollution, and they highlight that pollution as the focus of concern because, as the previous doctor said, fine particulate can penetrate deep into the lungs and enter the bloodstreams. The Clean Air Task Force reports that in 2011, the Campbell plant was responsible for 140 deaths, 230 heart attacks, 2,300 asthma attacks, 100 hospital admissions, 86 chronic bronchitis events, and 140 asthma-related ER visits. I don't want to be one of those statistics, particularly now that my second grandchild is being born tomorrow. I want to be around to help him navigate this and not be suffer from the grief and sorrow that was mentioned in your opening invocation. So please revise your resolution and withdraw your support for the operation of that Campbell plant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton.
Good morning. My name's Elizabeth Brubaker from Holland Township. I'm here today to address 2 agenda items. The first is the Eviction Prevention Program. I'm happy to see that the agenda contains a suggested motion of approving this partnership agreement and approving the committed fund balance to support the program. This program has a remarkable track record and has helped many Ottawa County residents to stay in their homes during times of financial crisis. I do urge all of you to vote in favor of supporting this important program. The second is the Community Mental Health Authority agenda item. There are advantages and disadvantages to making the CMH an authority rather than keeping it as a county department. As I wrote in an email to each of you in January regarding the Eviction Protection Program, it is the duty of government to protect its people. Access to mental health care services are critical. Waiting months for a preliminary evaluation or for access to a therapist can have devastating results. Too often, the stigma surrounding mental illness leads those affected to wait until a crisis happens to seek help. The decision to transition the Community Mental Health Department to an authority must be based first and foremost on how that will affect the quality and access of mental health care for the people of Ottawa County in both the short term and the long term, because it is the duty of the government to protect its people. Transitioning to an authority would have fiscal repercussions as well, leaving the authority to pay for things like human resources and taking debt away from the county. If the CMH were a for-profit company, that would be a necessary fiscal situation. But as a nonprofit provider of mental health care, how does that situation affect the very people that community mental health exists for? I want to make one final observation on this matter. On Tuesday night, not quite 36 hours before this meeting, one of the commissioners put a disgusting post on his Facebook page that both stigmatizes mental illness and used mental illness as a put-down for those who do not align with his politics. I personally do not feel comfortable with that commissioner voting on any issue that affects the quality or accessibility of mental health care for the residents of Ottawa County, which includes those who do not politically align with him. I urge you to take this into consideration before you vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brubaker.
William Pettit, former attorney, retired attorney, Grand Haven. I'm here to address the authority transition proposal. As you will know from my emails to the board, that as a research attorney and law clerk at the Michigan Court of Appeals in private practice and as counsel for 23 years to the Michigan Finance Authority, I have seen literally hundreds of legal briefs or analyses. I have never seen a more inept, irresponsible legal analysis untethered to the law or the actual issue contained in the proposed transition materials. The linchpin of the legal analysis is counsel's repeated claims that MCL 330-1205(6) protects the county or future authority against deficits, requiring the state to fund them. Here is the relevant language in that subsection. A county that has created a community mental health authority is not liable for any financial affairs or for any obligation of a community mental health authority. Yes, once the transition is complete, the county and authority are 2 separate legal entities. But where does the language, quote, require the state to fund, unquote, a county or authority deficit appear in the statute? Where? Yet this falsehood is repeated over and over in the report, in the proposed resolution, and in the legal opinion in the packet. Then counsel proposes the irresponsible argument that the state will require the county to eat any potential catastrophic deficit because Medicaid and state funding are, through some magical thinking, quote, a private benefit program, unquote, the county deficit can't fund under the Constitution. If council truly wanted a position from the state on this frivolous theory, council could have followed MCL 1432 and sought an attorney general opinion. Council cites his experience in the legal packet. His experience includes being sanctioned by a Wayne County judge for lying to the court and filing a frivolous lawsuit. And here, on another important matter, to the county, history repeats itself. False or frivolous legal arguments should not dictate whether the county moves to an authority model. Delay the decision and get an objective legal analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pettis. Pettit, sorry. Anyone else?
Good morning. My name is Millie Haug, and I'm a resident of Ottawa County. Live in Ferrysburg, have a Spring Lake address, and Grand Haven Public Schools are my school system. I come to you today with some concerns, and I thought it would be best to express them. Approximately or recently, 60 faith community leaders presented a statement to the County Board of Commissioners regarding the federal agents that we call ICE. They issued a unified public statement expressing concerns about the human impact of current immigration enforcement practice. They urged the sheriff and the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners to publicly refuse to participate in or support the current model of federal immigration action in our local community. They want you as a board and our sheriff for our community to reject the path of violence, urge immediate withdrawal of federal ICE agents from local communities until a system of properly trained individuals come in and do their job. We don't object to the idea that ICE agents have a job to do. We object strongly to the way in which it's being done. It isn't evident yet totally in our community, but I think we would be remiss if we didn't plan ahead. It doesn't make sense to have to react to something that could be a real possibility for us rather than have a plan so that we know what we're doing and we can protect the rights and safety of our community members. I don't believe that this is a partisan or a political decision for any of us. I believe it's a human rights issue and a matter of concern and caring for our neighbors, our community members, and those of us that need and want a safe community in which to live. There are many communities along the lakeshore in Ottawa County that have had discussions regarding this, and I think feel very strongly that they want to make sure our government, our local government, you as our representatives, help us, and we will work with you to provide a safe environment in terms of what could or could not happen here. Now, we do not want to live in a county or a country that allows masked ICE agents, armed and unnamed, wandering through our cities or streets. We do not want ICE agents on the city streets physically or verbally assaulting our citizens. We do not want ICE agents on school property, especially that from my background as an educator, terrorizing our children and causing disruption in our educational setting. We do not want to live in a community where citizens are silenced about what has happened in our neighborhood.
Apologies, you've got 3 minutes. You're welcome to stay and finish your comments at the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, all I say is I'd like to see a committee of the county and the sheriff's office and citizens, if you would like. I'm sure there would be many that would agree to work with you on a solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Howdy, my name's Joe Spalding. I vote in Holland. I'm a Latino. I wanted to talk about a couple things that have been talked about before that you're going to be going over, and then get back to the immigration situation. First, I want to thank Sylvia Rhodey for giving a blessing to all of our residents, not just our citizens. It's important for public servants to remember the contributions of our undocumented brothers and sisters. They constitute 20 to 40% of our farm food labor force from farm to table, and a significant portion of our construction labor force. It's a shame that folks are learning exactly how people feel about their neighbors in their community. It's also not completely invisible in Holland. I'll get to that. Everything Michelle said, separate issue. Everything Michelle said about eviction protection is true. Go back and watch the video, memorize it. Coal ash is more radioactive than waste from nuclear power plants. You're going to have fun trying to get reelected or seek higher office if you're encouraging wasting $600,000 a day to poison our air and water, but that's not why I'm here. I'm here for two reasons. One, I got to see a video of someone getting the crap kicked out of them by federal agents in a parking lot while there was a 100-car pileup on US 31. The activities of the way and the federal government, the way that the immigration officials are enforcing or choosing to enforce the way they see the law is causing harm in Ottawa County already. The sheriff's department should have been 100% dedicated to being able to handle that emergency. They should have been informed of the federal activity. The person they were arresting wasn't a dangerous criminal. He had 2 convictions. One of them was for drunk driving. And then while he was drunk driving, he got into a tussle with the cop. I think that there should be an immigration court decision in there to decide whether or not that man gets deported. And I think that he needs to get arrested in order for that to happen. But I don't think that it needs to be a brutal assault that gets reported to the state or to our sheriff's department as a fight in a parking lot. Meanwhile, we have one of you all going on vacation to a tropical country in order to sip pina coladas, and you have the audacity to compare getting a visa to someone who has to walk here from South America on their own 2 feet to seek a better life and escape horrific violence you would never understand. They're not escaping committing fraud in their home state to come up and seek elected office, right? They're escaping to come here and bust ass to contribute to our economy. And you have the audacity to tell themselves to turn themselves in to a concentration camp. And yes, that's exactly what it is. Over 30 people died in ICE custody last year. And just because it happened behind closed doors under the government watch, or because these people have Asian or Latino names, doesn't mean their lives don't matter. Their lives matter. And you don't want to see people who look like me getting kidnapped off the ground. ICE is kidnapping teenagers off the ground in Minnesota and sending them to facilities in Grand Rapids. Look it up, read it, Google about this. We do not want this activity in our community.
Thank you, Mr. Spalding. All right, is there anyone else?
David Moore in Allendale Township. It's been a while since I've been here. I see things haven't gotten much better. I planned on addressing you about your new authority you want to propose, but I have a couple things now that I have to address. First of all, ICE. If this board and the sheriff of Ottawa County will no longer protect the citizens of this county from criminals and illegal aliens, I believe there will be consequences to that. No one has the right to interfere with law enforcement. If people are upset with the law, they can deal with protesting and addressing the lawmakers, just like I would with you. Campbell plant, I believe, has been here approximately 70 years. I just heard somebody, I think I heard it right, state that there was hundreds of people that it's killing. Do you know over the 70 years that I've lived, I am not 70, but the years that I've lived here in Ottawa County, how many people have lived because they've had consistent electricity, reliable electricity? Let's turn it all off. How many would be dead? You got to look beyond the whining and the cries and look to doing what's right. I'm proud that the Campbell plant's open and that nobody froze to death over this last month and a half because of the cold weather we've had to deal with. As far as your authority, some have heard this before and some haven't. I'm of deep concern where this came from and why it's going where it is. I've known a few politicians in my life, and some of them are all about having the position, but not the responsibility. Having a wall between them and the authority. to where when they do something that isn't publicly accepted, they can say, well, it's out of my hands. Similar to what the County Road Commission is. And most of you have already heard how that experience has happened for me. Many of you on this board that I thought had great expectations from when we campaigned for this position. I've been disappointed. Creating an authority so that you don't have to be accountable is not a good thing. Always, the people of this county deserve elected representatives to where they can come with their grievances and the wrongs that have been done, and hopefully hear an ear and a response, and someone will investigate and correct the wrongs of the past. I know I've been to at least 3 or 4 boards that have failed to do that. Why? Unfortunately, human nature is what it is. And while I don't expect a whole lot, I did what God asked me to do, and I came and expressed my opinions. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. My name is Mary Marlette Dumas. I'm the CEO at Lakeshore Regional Entity. Ottawa County CMH is one of 5 member CMHs that is the founding members of the Lakeshore Regional Entity, PIHP. The Lakeshore Regional Entity is the fiduciary for the mental health, Medicaid services, and the substance abuse services in 7 counties for 5 CMHs with the established LRE. I am here today to provide any assistance to the County of Ottawa regarding the item 8, the CMH authority on your agenda. I'm not here to have an influence over whether you vote for or against the authority. I am here to answer questions related to the regional concerns. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you.
Good morning, Barbara Lee, City of Grand Haven, and the Momentum Center. I recently returned from a month in the Philippines. I went there to understand why people in a country with real economic hardship still show remarkable levels of flourishing and resilience. What I found wasn't easy lives, it was lives lived together. People didn't thrive because of a lack of struggle. They thrived because they weren't alone in their struggle, because belonging and mutual care were central to their daily lives. I believe this holds a deep lesson for us as we consider the future of community mental health services in Ottawa County. Thriving isn't delivered by a single agency or structure. It is created through connection between systems, families, neighbors, and community organizations. Ottawa County's mental health millage has been essential in building that network of connection and support. This voter-approved millage has funded a wide range of services and programs that extend well beyond clinical care to keep people connected, safe, and valued. The millage has supported community hubs and social rec programs, including the Momentum Center, where people with mental illness, addictions, and disabilities find a stigma-free space to belong, connect, and build resilience. It has funded collaborations with schools, prevention, and early intervention efforts. And it has created crisis intervention teams that pair trained behavioral health professionals with police officers, ensuring that when a mental health crisis occurs, the response is compassionate, de-escalating, and clinically informed. What this collection of programs demonstrates is that mental health care is not singular. It is not only clinical sessions, it is community centers, it is supportive first responses, it is prevention, inclusion, and ongoing social connection. It is the empathy first approach that I witnessed in the Philippines. We do this work together. There are important decisions to be made today about whether to designate community mental health as an authority. I'm not here to say one structural option is inherently better than the other. What I do know is this: whatever our governance structure, we can't lose sight of what the millage has made possible. A community that supports one another when times are hard, that keeps people from falling through the cracks, and that fosters connection is a component core component of well-being. And we have to be clear about what's next. The mental health millage itself will need to be renewed by voters. Maintaining these relationships, these services, and these lifelines is not automatic. It takes trust. Trust that this community sees mental health care as a shared responsibility and that investment in well-being benefits all of us. Thriving happens in connection, not in the expectation that one system will solve all problems, but in the daily practice of showing up for one another. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Morning, Chantal Martineau, Park Township. I'm just here to say a few words about the eviction protection program. I was hoping to come to the committee meeting where you all addressed that, but my car broke down that day, so I couldn't make it. And I would just like to use that to illustrate, well, first of all, I hope you all had a chance to watch that meeting because there were some speakers who spoke very movingly about why that program is important and how it helps. I believe one of them was here today. If it wasn't the same person, somebody from the United Way was here to speak about it. So it turns out that fixing my car cost, well, I should say I pay rent on an apartment. And the bill for fixing my car that day cost 75% of my monthly rent on that apartment. And unfortunately, that was not a problem for me to pay, but I believe the normally accepted standard for the percentage of your income that you should pay on rent is 30%. So if I did in fact live paycheck to paycheck, as so many people do, that would have put me at below zero for the month. And many people in the county, if they had that situation, would have had to figure out how they were going to feed themselves for the rest of the month and pay their other expenses because they, wouldn't have the money. So that's just one example of why this program is so helpful to people. And I hope that during the time that you had to think about this program, you had the opportunity to speak to some of the residents of the county about their situations, because I think it is personal examples like that that are most effective in swaying your vote, because this particular program and many programs, it seems to me, come under extraordinary scrutiny when some others sail right through, such as the community health change that you were thinking of making today. So I would like to see a little bit more consistency in how you make your decisions on how money in the county is spent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning. My name is Doug Vance. I currently live in Hudsonville. We just recently moved from Grand Haven Township. One of the reasons for our move was taxes. As we all know, our tax bills go up every year. Recently got an email from the Ottawa County Parks and Recreation Commission. It's titled "Responding to Public Demand for an Additional Investment in Our Parks and Rec." I think we can all agree that if we've used any of our parks or trails, that Ottawa County probably has the best in the world. I mean, it is amazing. However, they're asking you commissioners to do is approve a ballot proposal to increase our taxes for Parks and Rec by 62%. 62%. I'm not against the Park and Rec. I mean, it says 0.33 mils currently, and they're asking the proposal will be for 0.53 mils. That'll increase the tax. And I apologize if these figures don't work out. I was doing these over breakfast because I thought, well, I probably should have some information here. But, that would increase the average person based on the figures that I've come up with, of 122,000 homes in Ottawa County and almost 7,000 businesses. We all get our tax increase, our millage increases every year by
or increase in our assessments. There's automatically an increase every single year. We're all aware of that. They're automatically getting increases every year. As retired folks, we automatically get an increase too. Less, I can tell you it's a lot less than the 62% that they're asking for Parks and Rec. So I would just ask you that when this comes up for your consideration and approval, that you look at the real numbers. And do we really need $102,516,951 over the next 10 years for Parks and Rec instead of the, I think it's 56 million that they're currently getting, which will automatically be increased by our increases in our assessments, not to mention all of the new building that is going on, the new houses. I'm also told that it's about 1,500 new houses every year that go up in Ottawa County. That's automatically factored in as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vance. Is there anyone else?
Dan Zimmer, Port Sheldon Township. At the January Board of Commissioner meeting, Commissioner Code of Conduct and Code of Ethics was referred to as parenting. Numerous amendments were made to existing policy as if the 7 Ps of policy preparation had been overlooked. That the 7 Ps being proper prior planning prevents piss poor performance were amiss or lacking. Proper prior planning is not the issue. Poor performance was pardoned and oath of office breached. Truth and the public trust doctrine were abandoned. The opportunity for oversight was overshadowed by the political will to do so. The Ottawa Impact Board will have its legacy. That history is written. The current board has the ability to manifest its legacy. Ethics matter. Time-honored ethical principles matter. Regardless of a 50,000 point Dow index or the protectionist party line allows.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmer.
Good morning. Dr. Michael Brashear, CEO, CMH, City of Holland resident. Written statement, so I don't go past the 3 minutes. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for your leadership and for the opportunity to share a vision that will shape the future of behavioral health in Ottawa County. This is not just about organizational charts or governance models. It's about building a system that truly reflects our values and meets the needs of every person we serve. Our community mental health creed is our compass. It declares, we believe in a public behavioral health system rooted in partnership with county government and sustained by responsible state funding. We believe in consistent and reliable access to care, a benefit across Michigan so that every individual, regardless of where they live, has the same opportunity for quality services. We believe in protecting the most vulnerable, delivering services with dignity, respect, and compassion. We believe in choice, accountability, and governance guided by the voices of those we serve. Today, we stand at a crossroads. The behavioral health landscape in Michigan is evolving rapidly. Regionalization, funding shifts, and new service demands are coming. If we remain static, we risk falling behind. Converting community mental health of Ottawa County from a county department to an authority is not simply a structural change. It's a strategic transformation. It gives us freedom to innovate and respond quickly to state and regional changes, flexibility to secure grants and diversify funding, reduce reliance on a single source, efficacy to streamline provider contracting, ensuring timely access to care. This is about building a system that is agile, resilient, and future-ready, while preserving the transparency and accountability that our community expects. Yes, change brings challenges. We anticipate questions about cash flow, benefits, governance. We are prepared. Reserve policies will protect against financial gaps. Early benefit planning will safeguard our workforce beyond statutory protections. Standardized contracting and board training will ensure smooth operations. We are not stepping into uncertainty. We are stepping into opportunity with a clear roadmap and strong safeguards. Commissioners, this is our moment to lead boldly, to honor our creed, not just in words, but in action, to create a system that is accountable, responsive, and prepared for the future. I pledge to advocate, lead, and act in alignment with these principles every day. Together, we can ensure that Ottawa County remains a beacon of excellence in public behavioral health, where every person receives care with dignity, respect, and compassion. Thank you for your partnership and your commitment to the people we serve.
Thank you, Dr. Brashears.
Good morning. My name's Neil Marchand. I'm an attorney at Miller Johnson. I chair our litigation practice, and I'm the author of the memo referenced in Mr. Van Essen's opinion. As a preliminary matter, I feel compelled to say that Mr. Van Essen is one of the smartest attorneys I've ever met, and his character's impeccable. So we may not always disagree, but I always appreciate his opinions on everything, and he is one of the finest attorneys I know. I'd like to address 3 points here. First, the authority status does in fact provide additional protection for Ottawa County on financial matters. And I think that's critical here, and I think the timing is very critical in itself. The reasons for that are cited in Mr. Van Essen's memo, so I won't repeat them. The authority status itself, as a community mental health service program, these programs all operate in conjunction with their county commissioners and every other aspect of the county government, and that's critical to ensure safe protection of all residents and that services are delivered to the most vulnerable. This is the safety net for the most vulnerable in our community. I'd like to devote my time to why now. We know, so as one of the counsel in a separate case, the department, a representative of the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, admitted in deposition testimony on behalf of the department, not in their individual views, that the department is knowingly underfunding medically necessary Medicaid services. They've been doing that for some time. And so with that, what we have is, I think the fact that you haven't had an issue to date is a testament to the leadership that you have, but we are on the cusp of the next issue. And so we know that there is an underfunding issue. We know that the existing PIHPs, something has to change by the September 30th, 2024. And in a more recent case, representatives of the department have stated that they don't have a plan to deliver services after that date. This creates a huge financial risk for the county itself. And the fact that you're planning now, I think, is both wise and prudent. Going forward, the authority status does provide you that additional protection that I think is both wise and prudent to have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, is there anyone else? Anyone online?
You have one online.
Okay, all right, thank you.
If you could please state your name and where you live.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Christy Carlin Konech, and I serve as Director of Philanthropy at the Redlam Family Office in Zeeland, Michigan. And I'm here today to express our strong support for approving the eviction prevention contract with Good Sam this year. In our work alongside local nonprofits, we have been deeply impressed by the depth of care and professionalism demonstrated by the Good Samaritan Ministries team. The families they serve are often facing a temporary financial or personal crisis, not a lack of responsibility or desire to remain housed. Eviction prevention provides the critical bridge that allows these families to remain stable, maintain employment, which is great for the county, and to avoid the long-term consequences and cost that housing loss can create. Importantly, this intervention works. Over 90% of those who received eviction prevention support in your last 3-year commitment didn't return for further assistance. That tells us this is not a revolving door program. It is a targeted, effective response that stabilizes families and helps them move forward. We have seen firsthand the strength of their case management, their thorough record keeping, and the consistent communication and updates that they're willing to provide to funding partners. This is an organization that operates with both compassion and accountability, a combination that is essential for effective public-private partnership. We are also encouraged by the opportunity for alignment with United Way and the broader continuum of care that supports housing stability in this community. To demonstrate our confidence in this work and our desire to see it sustained, the foundations represented by the Redlam Family Office are willing to match the board's investment dollar for dollar over the next 3 years in support of eviction prevention efforts through Good Samaritan Ministries. So as you consider continuing and strengthening your partnership with Good Samaritan, please know that we view this work as both impactful and worthy of a long-term investment. Eviction prevention is one of the most practical and humane ways to keep families stable and communities strong. Communities are judged by how well we support our most vulnerable neighbors. And Good Samaritan Ministries helps ensure that people are not left to struggle alone. And that ultimately makes our entire community healthier, safer, and stronger. Thank you so much for your time and your leadership in supporting solutions that help our neighbors remain safely housed.
Thank you, Christy. All right, anybody else online?
Looks like we have one more. Could you please state your name and where you live, please?
Good morning. This is Sheila Detloff, and I live in Holland Township. And I just have one comment about the community mental health conversion. I have to wonder if I'm the only one here who sees the irony of me, a Democrat, standing up here and asking for fiscal responsibility while all of the Republicans are acting as if the state is our piggy bank and we just need to break it open every time CMH needs money. Perhaps we need to begin with a balanced budget for CMH. In fact, that's the first thing the new interim CEO up at Northern Lakes Authority did after their $9 million deficit was revealed. That seems like a good place to start to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Detloff. Anybody else? Guys are looking at your computer like, okay, all right, thank you very much. All right, we'll close the public comment time, and would anyone care to make a motion to approve our agenda for the moved? Support. A lot of movements, a lot of support. Jessica, have you got a few people to identify there? All right, good deal. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item number 7 on the consent resolutions. Is there a motion to approve the consent resolutions?
So moved.
Support. And a move and support. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
I think we need a roll call vote on that.
Oh, apologies. Thank you, Joe. Yes, we do need a roll call vote. Sorry. Jessica, if you'd call the roll.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Barry,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel, Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mr. Geortzman,
Yes.
Mr. Teeples, and Mr. Bruger.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on to Section 8, Item A, CMH Authority. The suggested motion is to approve the resolution, which contains findings and enabling language that meets the requirements of Section 205 of the Mental Health Code for the incorporation of the Ottawa County's Community Mental Health Department into an authority, and the transition agreement referenced in the resolution to effectuate that change.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and we've got support. Patrick, would you like to lead us off on this one? And then
Thank
we'll
you.
call
I'd
the
just
board
like to say a few words before deliberations started. Commissioners and members of the public, as you are aware, over the past several months, Ottawa County has undertaken a deliberate and transparent process to evaluate the potential conversion of our community mental health department into a community mental health authority, which would effectively bring Ottawa County in line with the 78 other Michigan counties that have successfully already made this change. The steps that have been undertaken thus far, coupled with the proposed multi-year transition plan, make Ottawa County's transition process the most intentionally planned, thoughtfully commissioned, and transparently communicated CMH authority conversion known in the state. To our knowledge, no other Michigan county went to such great lengths to analyze the impacts, to inform the community, to seek the input of employees, and to strategize the transition when creating their CMH authorities. This is a testament to the County Commission in establishing their principles and goals and directives, and to the dedicated staff who spent literally hundreds of hours thinking, discussing, listening, summarizing, reporting, and recommending. Ottawa County's consideration of transitioning to an authority is not new. It began at least a decade ago, but at that time was analyzed only from a CMH cost impact standpoint. Today, we face an entirely different set of serious challenges, risks, and rationale that demands our attention to this matter in the interest of protecting our taxpayers, preserving our AAA bond rating, and ensuring that continuation of these desperately needed services in our community remain. It is our sincere hope that the culmination of the documents and materials prepared for you to date will enable you to make a most informed decision on this important matter. Most recently, in today's meeting materials, you will find an updated transition plan and transition agreement that will enable and ensure a slow and smooth conversion process. You will find a summation of all public input and questions from the public hearing process, broken down by theme and including a catalog of responses to each section. You will find a final legal opinion on this matter that clearly lays out the rationale for a CMH authority conversion, citing case law and another attorney's opinion whom you heard from today. You will find a statement of support from our community mental health CEO, who eloquently defines an authority transition as a strategic transformation. And finally, you will find an email from the CEO of the Lakeshore Regional Entity, Mary Dumas, who spoke today, which reaffirms our serious concerns that although the LRE believes it will have enough fund reserves to cover this year's deficit, it is unlikely that the region will have enough to cover future expenditures in subsequent years. This email underscores everything that has been analyzed and reported to you to date. In summary, we have listened, we have analyzed, we have prepared. Now we must act. It is the strong recommendation of staff that the Board of Commissioners proceed with the conversion of the Ottawa County Community Mental Health Department to an authority with a clear implementation plan that honors our commitment to staff, clients, and the community. The evidence gathered through rigorous evaluation and robust public input points to a single conclusion: converting to a CMH authority positions Ottawa County to meet the current and future mental health needs of our community more responsibly, effectively, and sustainably, with proper protections for our taxpayers and in an increasingly uncertain Medicaid environment. The fact that behavioral Medicaid payments from the federal government now make up 1/3 of the county's total budget, and available Medicaid reserves are dwindling, and the fact that the state of Michigan has now implied that the county is responsible for unreserved Medicaid deficits means the threat to our taxpayers is now real and material, especially after the close call that we had in 2019 and the concerns expressed by the LRE about the upcoming fiscal year. Given the positive experiences of our 78 county sisters and the fact that the state of Michigan uniformly covered their 2019 deficits means that delivering CMH services through an authority is now considered best practice in Michigan county government. Finally, it's worth noting that the role of the Board of Commissioners relative to the CMH authority will not change in a CMH authority model that we have selected. And by clearing the air to the states as to the state's fiscal responsibility, it puts our CMH on a firmer financial ground while simultaneously protecting our taxpayers. Most importantly, the conversion by streamlining administrative and financial responsibilities should only have positive effects on the continued delivery of a full variety of mental health services that are presently available to our residents. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Waterman. I will open up a debate at the dais here. As with before, we can go around the horn twice, no particular order. Everyone could speak when they want to do so. Commissioners will have a total of 10 minutes to comment in total and 2 opportunities to speak. So would anyone care to start us off? Don't all jump at once. Yeah, Joe.
Just a question and so maybe to open this up. I guess I'm very curious on what Commissioner Teeples would have to say about this. He has a lot of history and cares deeply about CMH. Also, I believe he either made the motion or seconded it. So I guess, John, I'm curious as to learn more about your perspective. And just for the record, I'm sort of, I'm still questioning the direction at the current time. I'd be happy to explain why, but I'd love to hear your opinion.
I expected you would hear it.
John, would you like to lead us out?
So as many of you know, my sister was schizophrenic. She died a couple years ago and she was serviced in Flint to the CMH program. That program literally saved her life 20 some years ago, and the court system stepped in. Then I became her legal guardian. And so I'm intimately aware of the support that CMH provides consumers like my sister. She was diagnosed as, or classified as disabled under Social Security. She received about $10,000 a year. And think about that, what it costs to have rent, right? She was and I controlled all of her finances, everything. So she was in and out of multiple foster homes during her lifetime. She stabilized. We got her into her own apartment for a number of years, and at the end, back into an adult foster home, which ultimately, an incident happened that ultimately led to her death. I am a huge supporter of CMH. I think that the staffs, social workers, doctors working in that system are the most dedicated people, work in resources that are severely lacking, but they're so committed to that vulnerable population. I support this authority. I would never knowingly compromise anybody anything that could jeopardize the care of the most vulnerable people like my sister. I believe we as a society have an obligation to protect those people because they simply can't protect themselves. So I'm not concerned about his authority affecting or taking away services to people like my sister. I'm concerned that if the financial risk to the county and then the providers, the foster homes, for an example, if there's and we're seeing this, there's a financial risk, and then those providers aren't able to provide the services, they're going to affect the people like my sister. They call them the consumers under CMH, which I find an interesting term. But I also believe that given the risk, as we've heard numerous times, the financial risk going forward, we need to be prudent as elected officials for the taxpayers. And I'm not going to risk that. I think it's prudent strategy. Businesses do this. We look at the foreseeable risk. Okay, we don't have the risk today, but it's a foreseeable probability that we may have a problem in the future. So we need to protect ourselves while we can. And the statutory authority protects the county if we form an authority. Bottom line, it doesn't get much clearer than that. And so I think that the employees are the next stakeholders. The transition plan of the 3 years that will protect them, the county will help transition and make sure that IT gets covered and HR gets covered until they can formulate their own plan. I think it's It's a wonderful transition plan. I think so they're going to be protected. My sister, folks like my sister will be protected, the providers will be protected, and the taxpayers are going to get protected. So for me, this is a no-brainer. All the boxes get hit, get checked, and I'm a strong supporter of this authority for those reasons.
Thank you, Commissioner Teeples. Anyone else?
You know, we just spent some time in DC with NACO, with a lot of different commissioners, especially a lot of different commissioners from Michigan. And one of my questions was to them about CMH being an authority or not. And all their comments were totally positive about having an insurance authority for all reasons listed between Patrick and Michael. So, you know, I didn't hear one of them say, oh, it's a bad idea. You should not do this in your county. So that really influenced me to say, yeah, you know what? You know, we did a really good theory study and I'm really proud of how they put it together and all the information they gave us. So I'll be supporting this insurance authority. I mean, CMH authority. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kyers. Anyone else? No? Allison? Yeah.
I think I still have remaining questions. I do respect the work that has been done up to this point. I think that people that were putting together the reports, I think were doing the best job they could with the hat they're wearing. I think each one of you has different lanes that you're trying to represent, like Patrick, Doug, Michael, Karen. And so I was trying to read through your different thoughts with the responsibilities that were given to you for where you were coming from. And there are things that we weren't able to spend as much time on because, for example, families that are in crisis are not going to be at the table and really pouring out some of their continued questions because they're not in that frame of mind to be able to come here. They don't have the time to be able to put some of their thoughts on record. Now, I do appreciate some of the people that came and did take the time to come to the public hearings and put their thoughts, including staff. I was very thankful that we had quite a bit of comments that were provided at our last meeting, you know, at the Public Health Department. I think where I'm currently at is I see benefits on either side, and I see potential caution still on either side. And so I believe that if we move to an authority model, I believe we have strong leadership that is going to continue to advocate for the people here in our community. I believe that if we stayed as a county department, I think we have some of the best people here to continue to figure out other possible ways to continue to advocate for them. And I will have to say that's still where I'm leaning. I'm still leaning in that method for a couple reasons. One has already been mentioned, but one of them is the road commission going to the model that it's currently at is we do lose some of that relationship. Sure, we have great working relationships, but it is still different. We do lose the ability when we become an authority to approve policies. So I think some of the stuff that was listed in our packet, while most of it was very well done, there are some things that were not listed objectively. There was language that continued to concern me, and that's probably where I had to continue to pause to try to make sure that I wasn't leaning one way or the other just because of language being used. I guess where I'm still at that pause mode. So I still have unanswered questions. I'm concerned about what will happen to our county as a whole when we have a budget this big that our county does help CMH right now. So a couple years down the road, how will it affect other departments here? with staffing. That's something that I don't feel like has been taken into consideration. Not just looking at CMH, but most of the time, we kind of all depend on one another to some degree due to the services that we share. And so that is still a concern I have that I don't believe has been fleshed out enough. And when we talk about staff of CMH, we should be also talking about the potential effects that it might have on staffing right here in our own county. And so I'm still in that pause mode, and for that reason, I will continue listening to the people here, but that's where I'm currently at.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Anyone? Yeah, Kendra.
Spent a long time on this and had multiple conversations with people. Multiple conversations with people on both sides. There are definitely pros and cons on both sides. I also looked at both sides regarding what if this board changed? What if the Community Mental Health Board changed? What if our leadership or CEO changed on community mental health? What would that look like? What could happen or what might not happen with that? And I think basically that my decision comes down to local leadership and a lot of constituents that said that their voices wouldn't be heard. If it was an authority, they couldn't help enact change. So I think for right now, I'm not saying never, but for right now, that is where I think that it's where I know. I don't think right now.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Jacob?
Sure. Yeah.
Joe, I'll
no,
get you next.
I want to compliment first the amount of work and time and intentional conversations that have been had around this decision. From my perspective, there's a transition period that we're going into that if we do vote to move forward today, that we can continue to consider the pros and cons, and at any time we can pull the plug on it, which is good because it takes time to flesh things out. Some things you don't know until you know, right? One question I have though is as we continue to advocate for the highest and best use of these funds to help people in need in Lansing, what position of strength does this help us as we advocate in Lansing for funding by switching to an authority? Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, and I want to give a lot of credit to Dr. Brashears, who's already doing that work, the good work of going and advocating for changing the model. That really is the problem. This doesn't fix the problem. This protects us from the problem. It adds a layer of bubble wrap, as we've kind of been saying around here. But that work will continue, and I think we are better aligned to advocate as a larger group if we're part of our 78 sister counties that are doing this already.
So it strengthens that position.
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Oh, Joe, sorry, apologies.
I had a question, yeah. Excuse me. So it kind of tails off of what Commissioner Bonema just said. I'm not sure if we've seen an estimated net change in revenues to the county or net loss over the next, let's just say, few years or 5 years during this transition. I guess I'm curious if there's been estimates made as how will it possibly affect the county?
So in the study, there are those numbers, and that's the beauty of this transition plan is if CMH wants to continue utilizing the services of the county, which they currently do, and pay for, the comment was made that they're not paying for those, they are paying heavily for those services, HR, IT, fiscal, all of the things that help them go. They can continue to do that. That will be kind of at both of our decisions if it makes sense. If they think that they can do that more economically through outside sourcing or bringing in their own people, that can be accommodated in the transition plan. But as far as numbers, I can tell you right off the bat, they're contributing towards a pension bond of $1.6 million a year. That will be relieved from them on day one. So they will have $1.6 million in additional capital that they can begin working with, onboarding financial folks, the people that really need to help them. The scope of the range of those service costs, I believe, are close to $5 million. I'd have to look back at that study. So again, it's anywhere between the 1.6 and 5 would be the impact to the county. And that offsets that cost to the CMH authority, but they would have to replace those services elsewhere.
How is the county planning to handle the 1.6?
We have talked, yeah, I've talked about that extensively with Karen. We have a plan for that, and we're happy to discuss that with you as part of the budget. That's why we wanted to have this discussion before the budget, because this will affect our upcoming budget discussions. But we feel very confident that cost difference can be absorbed, and we can show you how.
Great.
Good. Anything else, Commissioner Moss? In this round?
Oh, I have a few thoughts, but I can wait.
Okay.
See if anybody else has anything.
Sounds good. All right, Commissioner Barry.
I'll just jump in with a few thoughts. However, people come down on this for or against authority or department, I think everyone on this board has taken this responsibility very serious and put a lot of homework into it. I know personally myself, I read the 36-page report. I went to 2 out of the 3 public hearings that were held. I got emails, I got a couple phone calls, some CMH employees, a mother of a CMH employee. There's a lot of concern, there's a lot of questions. But as I've tried to process this information, I think the authority structure will make for a stronger, more flexible CMH board for Ottawa County. Just some simple basic things. They'll have a little more flexibility with contracting, some personnel stuff, the ability to have a line of credit, which anybody that's in business knows there are times you need a line of credit to be able to get you through. It'll just give them more flexibility. These are difficult times. Since the day one that I've been on this board, we've heard it's a broken funding mechanism for funding for CMH. And you know, the memo we received from our regional LRE kind of serves as a flashing red light that fiscal year 27, they forecast that they won't be able to meet shortfalls that'll be there. The funding mechanism we can't really fix here on a board level, but we can protect the county when we see a flashing red light that's there. And I think our CMH will be in a stronger bargaining position being part of 78 other counties that are in an authority structure, as opposed to 5 separate counties trying to make their own way through that field. So change is hard sometimes, but I think this will be a change for the better, for better CMH, for employees, for the county. And there's a commitment for people that are served by CMH. I think the transition plan we've got here puts some training wheels on what we're doing. And ultimately, if this isn't working, the board has the ability to just bring it back as a department. So that's where I'm at.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Barry. I think we've got everyone, Jordan, Sylvia, and Doug. I don't know if you would like to comment. Yeah,
I can go. I just wanted to read a quote from the conclusion of Mr. Van Essen's report. I think it just is succinct and helps kind of frame where my mind is at. He kind of starts his conclusion saying the threat of legally unauthorized taxpayer exposure to this federal entitlement program that now constitutes nearly a third of Ottawa County's total budget is now material and real. Given the positive experience of its 78 county sisters, there's no justifiable reason for Ottawa County to expose its taxpayers to this threat when it can protect the CMH program and our taxpayers with this modest change that has been accomplished successfully everywhere it has been tried. And so I guess that's where I'm coming from. We're not reinventing the wheel here. This has been done. It's been done successfully. And as Phil said, there are very few, if any, counties that have regretted this decision. It is a modest change. I mean, we've talked, they already have a level of independence from their governing structure to some of their statutory requirements. This codifies some of them, and it really is a layer of protection. I think the concerns are real. I don't want to downplay anyone's concerns, but I do, want to alleviate them and say we got to trust staff. We got to trust the system that has done this in 78 counties. it can be done. We know that. It can be done there, it can be done here. And I think now is a great time to do it. So I'm supportive of this plan, and I hope everyone else is as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Joanna will come back to you just a moment to give everybody else a chance if they want to. Doug or Sylvia, do you guys, first round? You can thumb wrestle for it if you want.
Okay. Well, I have a number of thoughts. I share a lot of thoughts with Commissioner Miedema. I think it is very much true that, you know, the number one problem and the number one need is that the state changed their funding model to needs-based. I don't think we would be facing, you know, most of the issues we're facing right now if the state actually had its model right. So, so there's that. And so we do as a county need to continue to advocate for that change. And then the other thing that gives me pause at this moment is that I think that we still have this looming PIHP change that's in flux, and you know, we're expecting that that's going to be reemerging, and we don't know what that's going to look like. So I am not 100% opposed to an authority model. I can see some advantages, you know, positives and cautions on both sides. I just personally don't know that this is the right time to do this. I would rather that we waited a year and tried to sort through some of these other challenges so that things are a little bit calmer externally before we make this change internally. I do like having a board of commissioners have additional oversight over CMH. And so that's the one piece that I don't like about making a change is that I feel that this board will have less hands-on and less eyes into what's happening in CMH. And I think that actually is important. We do see other models like with the road commission where there has been some detriment to having moved to that model. So I'm not crazy about that aspect. One question that I do have, and that is in regards to staffing. And so with our county departments that support CMH, we have this transition plan, which, you know, if this goes forward, I really appreciate the transition plan that's been put in place. But one question I have is, and maybe we still need to work this out, but what happens if CMH decides not to continue to utilize the county as far as IT, as far as HR, finance, those kinds of things? What is our plan? Because it's a significant amount of our, you know, overall budget. And so just realistically, that may impact employees in those other departments, as you know, we will not have as much work or as much need for those individuals. So are we looking at dealing with that through attrition? What are our thoughts on that?
Well, I think of all of the services that are provided, IT and fiscal are where we're most interwoven. And I think that will be the longest transition in terms of weaning them off. We're already ready to go tomorrow on starting to talk about this and what this looks like, because the biggest thing is the financial systems. We're one unit right now, and that will take a lot of time and planning. But as I said to Commissioner Moss, we feel confident in the ability for the county to absorb those costs. I don't really highly doubt seeing it being an immediate, we're flipping the switch tomorrow. This is going to be a low, for the mutual benefit of both the authority and the county. We want to take this slow and steady. So attrition may be part of that. I think we're going to look at job descriptions and where those duties fall now and where they could fall under this model. We expect that the authority may absorb a lot of current county employees that are embedded in the authority right now from fiscal. So that will all be worked out, and again, it'll be very thoughtfully done.
Okay, all right, so that would potentially be a possibility that those employees could potentially work directly for CMH?
Yes, yes.
Okay, all right. Well, as I said, I have a lot of pause for the reasons that I've stated, but I guess I just also want to put on the record, I see positives, you know, and caution on both sides. But ultimately, if this board decides to move forward, you know, I'll fully support that decision and, you know, work on the CMH side, you know, with the transition, so.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Everybody's spoken once. I think I'll go, and then we'll go around the horn one more time if we need to. Yeah, I would echo a number of comments that have been made by a few commissioners here in Washington, D.C., and a number of the conversations. I think Phil was generous in his description. I think some of the responses were, "You guys are not an authority yet? Where have you been?" So I do think it's long overdue that we make this switch and join the other 78 counties who have already done it. But really, between the trip to Washington, D.C. this past week and spending time in Lansing last night, it was really very apparent to me that one of our key jobs as commissioners in Ottawa County is, from a financial perspective, to keep as many and as much of our tax dollars here locally that we can, spending them on services for our residents, and then to bring in as many tax dollars, or to bring back as many tax dollars as we can from the state and federal government for our constituents and for our community. The CMH program is by and large a Medicaid program, and these are terms that are dictated by the state and federal government, not by us. So for me, I look at this very strongly as I am protecting Ottawa County taxpayer dollars and requesting, we could say demanding, advocating that the state and federal government do their job and bring our tax dollars back to West Michigan to serve those in need. And then another thought too that comes to my mind is, after we vote on this, if we go forward with the authority, the HR department will still be Ottawa County. The IT department will still be Ottawa County. The finance department will still be connected with Ottawa County. We've got a 3 to 5 year transition plan in place. It's like when you're a parent, you've helped your kid learn how to ride a bike without training wheels. You hold on to that back seat for a long time. And we're holding on to that back seat for a number of blocks down the road. And we're going to hold on to that as long as we need to make sure that CMH is in a good position to deliver services to our residents, to take care of their staff, and to do so at a level of service that our constituents have come to appreciate. So I'm very supportive of the staff. Thank you to Dr. Brashears for speaking out in favor of this today. I think this is an excellent choice for us moving forward. So that's our first round, and I think, Joe, you had your hand up for a second round, so go for it.
Sure, thank you. So I guess I'll just start by saying I appreciate Administrator Waterman and what he said, you know, that he and the county are ready to move forward. Like, the preparation has been done and everybody is ready to take next steps if the board so decides. And I fully believe that. And I said on the onset, you know, a couple months ago, that I thought when we get to this point, we would be ready to be able to move forward. I think the county is. I want to go back to something that Commissioner Berry said and just say I have a slight difference of opinion. So he mentioned seeing some red lights. I look at where we're currently at and can easily say I can see there's financial risk in our current model. At the same time, behavioral health, you know, the behavioral health landscape is rapidly changing. So I don't see impending financial disaster. I don't see significant financial risk. So I would categorize what I see as a yellow light, not a red light. There are definite pros and cons. I greatly appreciate the legal opinions and the other information that were put together. I appreciate the transition plan. I sort of expect we're moving forward here. I personally see things a little differently and would, so because of that, am not in favor of moving forward right now. I think that because of the changing landscape, is what I said at one of the prior board meetings, that Ottawa County as a whole is better positioned together to move forward and address some of these issues over the next year or two with the changes that are going on around us in the state. I think Ottawa County as a whole, with our CMH department, is better positioned to be able to go advocate at the state level, which we should continue to do. So I think together we're on the best footing. At the end of Dr. Bashir's letter, he stated, part of the goal here is to create a system that's accountable, responsive, and prepared for the future. And I know that that's what has been put together. So I appreciate that. And he said, together we can ensure that Ottawa County remains a beacon of excellence in public behavioral health. I think that's going to happen whether we're an authority or not. I think we'll continue to improve. I like the direction overall. I think the key word is together. I would rather stay together at this time, allow the legislature and the state to fix some of the actual problems they have. And until there's a, impending financial disaster of some sort, we stay together and work on these changes internally. So I'll be voting no, and I just wanted to be very clear in why.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right. Doug, I did realize that. I think I skipped you the first time. So
I appreciate the comments. Especially Joe's and Sylvia's, and I'll be voting no as well. I think that a lot of great comments on both sides, but I think moving forward right now is probably not the best thing we can do. Take a look at the landscape, make sure that we're considering all the risks, and moving forward in that way. So thank you.
all right. Commissioner Teeples, John.
So I appreciate all the comments, and I did not thank the staff and for all the work you guys have done in the reporting. I thought it was fantastic how you got the public involved in answering their questions and all the materials you've given us. So I just want to say thank you for all that you've done.
It was a team effort. I want to assure you of that.
No doubt about it. So I want to address a couple points that were raised by everybody here. First of all, there was a public comment about maybe we should start CMH by making sure they balance their budget. That was an issue that I had focused on a year ago. How could we be a year ago potentially facing a $2 million deficit? In any good business, right? You figure out, you don't wait till the end to find out you got a deficit. You should see it coming forward. What do you do about it? And then this year we were potentially facing a $5 million deficit, right? So what I've learned is, and Commissioner Rhodey made the point, the state changed its funding model. So now it's based on need, and those need costs are out of control. And it's not something CMH can control. So as a private business guy, lawyer, whatever, over the years, I realized this is something out of CMH's control. So if it's out of their control, then it comes right back to us. And the question is, what are we as a county, what's our risk, right? What's our exposure? And Joe, I agree with you that we're in the yellow range, right? A week ago, 10 days ago, it looks like we were in the red zone, right?
Yeah.
But the state came through this year. It looks like we've got it. We're balanced. This is the time, while it's yellow, that business people or nonprofits make decisions for the next 2 or 3 or 5 years. This is the time to act, not wait until we're in the red zone, right? Okay. Now, one of the arguments I heard in public comments, which was excellent, was that we're advocating, his concern was, and we've heard it, Commissioner Wenzel made the point, I think, if I heard it right, which same thing, which I heard, was as elected officials, we may be abdicating our responsibilities, kicking it down to an authority away from us. I don't see it that way. We still pick the board of the CMH. The CMH, Dr. Brashears will still come to this board and do his annual reporting. And if we don't like it, like Commissioner Berry said, if it's not working out a year or two, we have the authority to pull it back, right? And so we're not abdicating our responsibilities. It's going to be the same. are pretty much the same, not materially different than it is now. So the question is on staff. I think Patrick covered the issue about what could this be, the effect on the existing staff. You've covered that. So what it comes down to me is whenever there's a change like this, change is difficult. There are uncertainties. Not all the questions get answered, which is why it takes a year to transition this, which is why the state won't even approve this thing for another year. We all know that, but it doesn't mean that as leaders, we don't make decisions, we shouldn't make decisions that protect the future of those that we're responsible for protecting, right? So if the consumers like my sister are taken care of, and if we can protect the employees and the providers that provide those services, then we have to be looking at it as from a taxpayer protection mode. We can't wait till the red light hits. There's a calming of the storm right now. We see it on the horizon. We've heard from LRE, and this is what people have to understand. The state passes the money to 11 LREs, they call them. And those LREs in our region, and our director was here today, pass it on to the local CMHs within the authority. That she is reporting that it is unlikely that the region will have sufficient funds to cover expenditures in fiscal year 27. It takes a year for this to happen, which is 26, and in that year, next year, we're out of money. Unlikely is the question, what she said. My mind, that can't wait. That is the red line. That is the stop sign. That's not what we're called to do. We're called to be proactive thinkers and to prevent things when it's likely that something's going to happen. That's why it's a balancing act. I know we're not all the answers get answered, but you make informed decisions based on the information, and I think we have it, and I think we need to act.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. And John, boy, you pushed that 10-minute mark right to the limit.
Sorry. Sorry.
John,
All right. Go, Joe.
Just
Yeah.
to follow up,
Yep.
yeah. So I just want to say I agree with almost everything that Commissioner Teeples just said. The analysis is accurate. I still have a fundamental difference in my point of view as to when to act, and that I would prefer that we stay together in the short term, in the next year or so, while the state works on these issues. So while I agree with a lot of the analysis, it's not incorrect, it's absolutely correct. I just have a different perspective on it. I do see how it says it's unlikely that the region will have sufficient funds to cover the expenditures for FY27. That is with our current situation. That is assuming the state doesn't get its act together. That is assuming that there are no changes in the funding model. That's just, there's a lot of assumption in there. I'd also like to say that part of my perspective is that there's always a certain level of yellow light or red light going on and kind of shifting back and forth. Even more recently, looking like there was going to be some really big deficits and then they get handled, and then maybe some more big deficits and then they get handled. So my perspective is this is a little bit more the norm than the rarity. There's always a risk that there's going to be some sort of deficits, and they should continue to be addressed in a timely manner as the county moves on, as the state moves on, and the federal government. So with all of that work that's being done right now at the federal level, at the state level, looking at potential reforms, ways to strengthen this system, I come back to my difference in perspective that, I'd rather keep what we have right now while that change goes on so we can advocate together and work together through this time. It doesn't mean that moving to an authority is a bad idea. In a lot of respects, it's a good idea.
Here we go. Commissioner Moss, I think you just did your second
There you go.
comment there too.
Yep.
So thank you very much. I appreciate everybody's comments. I think Allison did have her hand up there before you, Jordan. Sorry.
Yeah,
yeah,
first a
yeah.
question and then just a little bit of extra. Patrick, do you know what the percentage is of our staff that are working for CMH as it compares to all the employees? Do you have any?
Look back to my
The reason for my question is, do we know the impact it can have on insurance? When we build staffing at a county level, typically when a company increases employees, that typically helps your insurance rates.
Yeah.
And I guess I'm wondering what percentage of that makeup is.
I'm good. Karen, do you wanna, or Michael? I know we looked at this and talked about it. I'm just not prepared to answer it, so I'm gonna defer if one of them can. Sorry, we gotta put you guys on the spot.
I look back at Dr. Bashir's, and he did research with Human Resources that he was able to join the exact same health insurance that the county has with the pool, I believe. So he may be better equipped to answer this question than I
And
can.
my question is more on behalf of the staff in the county, not on behalf of CMH staff transitioning to authority. I'm wondering the impact it will have on the rest of the employees without having CMH staff included in that pool.
So there's about 180, currently 180 CMH staff. So I don't know exactly, but I know that the pool, there are limits to the, now that we're in the pool, there's limits to the amount of increase that you can have. So as far as other pool members, so I think there's some downside protection, so as far as for the county. So, because we're part of a larger pool, right? It's not just the county. We're not like in a single employer plan anymore,
So
like we
I-
were a couple years ago, because we're a larger pool. So it's not just our employees, much larger
Your-
pool.
Commissioners, your question, by removing the lives of the CMH employees out of the county's plan, will that have an impact on our premiums as employees here?
Yes.
And I don't think that it would, based on
No.
the ratio that we're still a member of a pool, and it shouldn't have any negative detrimental impacts. But those are the costs, really digging into the cost details that we'll do through this transition plan.
Okay.
That's what I've.
Again, my pause, I just feel like there are things that we have not dug into to understand the reciprocal effects that will affect us countywide. And I believe that those are things that we should know here before we make a decision.
My research with HR affirms that there'd be no change to either party. We're all part of the same pool and can select the same benefit at the same cost.
Okay.
That's what I understand as of today.
Thank you. Okay, so then just
Go ahead.
my other remaining just comments. When we went down the public hearing route, we went down with the task of really exploring the avenue of becoming a county model. And I think the person that should be applauded for months on end that was advocating for change at the state level was Dr. Bashir's. He has been advocating for change at the state level. And I just have to wonder how much that needle could have moved if we talked about how many hours were spent with staff talking about presenting the information before us today. And I wonder if we spent those hours instead on assisting Dr. Bashir's and having more of our voices in Lansing and actually going to these meetings and advocating on what we currently see our issues. I just have to wonder where that needle would currently be. And I just wish that we could continue yes, we should continue advocating for change, but I'd like to continue advocating for change while we remain a county department, so.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Dortzmo.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to Commissioner Moss's comments. I agree with what you were saying, that there's always a level of instability that's there. And to me, that's a reason to do it. You said this is more the norm rather than the exception. And so that point you made actually, brings me to the opposite conclusion, that given that structural inconsistency, we're always going to be relying on the state. We're always going to be waiting for them to go to a needs-based model. If we think that they're going to be there in a year, keep dreaming. I work for the legislature. I know how a change like that would would rock the system. I mean, it's not anywhere near happening. And that's not to say anything to Dr. Bashir's good work. I mean, he's in Lansing frequently advocating and educating, and that's a lot of what it is, educating legislators on these issues. But frankly, to me, the time is now. We are facing a massive budget shortfall, and your point that, oh, well, it'll probably get covered by the state, you know, this has happened before. That's true. It may get covered by the state, and they may say, well, we're only going to cover it for authorities. I mean, that's kind of the legal opinion that we had heard. So to me, this makes so much sense to do right now, in that exact point of instability is to me, that's what creates the urgency. So I think if we're waiting for a time when it's, okay, now the dust is settled, you know, there's no threat to the PIHP system shake up, the RFP is off the table, you know, let's do it. The RFP is off the table now, you know, we're always going to be waiting. There's never going to be a perfect time. That's built into the system as we have it right now. So that's where I come from.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, got a few more people who haven't spoken twice. Anyone care to go? Seeing, oh, yeah.
You know, I hear the comparable of this being comparable to the road commission. It's not the same. For starters, road commission are 6-year terms, which I think are too long, but they are. These are 3-year terms. This makes a huge difference of how you can affect the board and the CMH. I mean, if you see the problems coming, you see part of it, and it's a bigger board too, so you got more authority there. And my relationship with the road commission is amazing. I know I have all personal information contacts, so when somebody calls me about any road problem, I just call the head office there or the head person there, and they fix them immediately. So that's my opinion on a board appointed by the Board of Commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? No? All right, well, I will go one more time myself. I'm red light, green light. I think this is an episode of Go Dog Go from Dr. Seuss. And I appreciate that. While we were talking about red lights, yellow lights, and green lights, it dawned on me that all of that has happened and we've had absolutely no control over it as a board. And we have no control over that part of the puzzle. And so for me, making sure that we, as Commissioner Medema said, do our job to advocate that we bring money in to Ottawa County to take care of our residents, that falls on our shoulders to do that. And protecting the taxpayer dollars, I'm coming back to that locally, is of paramount importance to me. So I'm going to definitely be voting to go to an authority today. And I think with that, oh, we can call roll? Oh, a roll call. All right, call roll.
Mrs. Rhodey,
No.
Mr. Teeples,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
No.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Wenzel. No. Mrs. Medema. No. Mr. Moss,
No.
Mr. Georgezma,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Barry,
Yes.
and Mr. Bruger.
Yes.
The yeas have it.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your time and energy into that. Just a quick comment and summary on, or going forward with the decision to become an authority. If there are any members on the CMH board who really didn't want to go in this direction and feel strongly that they're not a good fit for the board anymore, let us know. We don't want you on a bus heading in a direction that you didn't want to go. So you're welcome to respectfully step down if you need to. I appreciate Commissioner Rhodey's comments too about, once the decision is made, being a team player and being willing to go forward with it. So those are two important things. And for those of you out there who would be interested in serving on the authority, we have not held our CMH interviews yet through the Appointment and Alignment Committee. So reach out to us and to staff if you're interested in that. So yeah, thank you very much for everyone for all your work. All right, item B, committee assignments. The suggested motion is to approve the board chairperson's reappointment of Commissioner Georgezma to the Lakeshore Regional Entity Oversight Policy Board for 2026. Anyone care?
So moved.
Moved by Kyers and second by Moss?
Support.
Okay, thank you very much. Bill, any comments on that one as the mover, or are you just putting it on the table?
Oh, I'm just putting Jordan out there. I think it's a great fit. Thanks, Phil. Absolutely. As many meetings as we can get him on, that's fine with me.
All right, anybody else?
Yes, I just.
Yeah, go ahead, Allison, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Sylvia,
ahead.
apologies, I couldn't.
No problem, no problem. So I completely support Commissioner Georgezma being on that. My only question with it, just because I didn't have a chance to look it up, does the Board of Commissioners have the authority for that appointment, or does that rest with CMH? I just was unclear on that.
I believe we looked into that, Regina, with Doug previously, and yes, it does fall on us. And this is the one that we appointed Jordan to last year as a board. There are, I think, 2 positions that are maybe recommendations from CMH, but I'm not sure.
Okay,
what other
I'm
thoughts.
just.
This is slightly different than the full LRE board.
Okay, all
Because
right.
I believe the CMH board appointed,
Yeah.
Bob Daigle.
Bob,
Yeah.
yes, to the LRE board.
Yes,
But this is their substance use disorder oversight policy board.
okay.
So
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Clar-
seeing there was
clarification
something
question.
different
Yeah,
in the statute.
it is slightly
but-
different.
Okay, sounds good.
And Allison, did you have a comment or were you?
No, I'm good now.
That's okay. All right, good, thank you. I will just add that, in the continuation of the Board of Commissioners for Ottawa County being plugged into CMH on a higher level, having a commissioner on the LRE board is a part of that puzzle. So we're still very, very much engaged, so.
The LRE substance
So-
use
Sorry,
disorder
thank you, the
oversight.
LRE, yes, that one. Thank you for the clarification. All right, I don't believe we need to do a roll call. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, motion carries. Item C, the Eviction Prevention Program.
Can I make a motion to take a short recess before we continue?
You may make
If
that motion.
anyone else has
Support.
interest,
I'll support it.
like a 5-minute recess.
But all those in favor of a 5-minute recess, we do have to keep it a little bit quick because I do know that Mr. Barry has to catch a plane and Mr. Bonema has to get somewhere as well. So yeah. anyway.
3 minutes.
3 minutes, yeah, 3 minutes. All right, 5 minutes max. Yep. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, you can remain seated.
Message Stephanie and I said, can I grab it? What do you think about it?
All right, let's call the meeting back to order. Thank you, everyone. Then buckle up. We're going to go for part 2. Item C on the agenda is the Eviction Prevention Program. Suggested motion is to approve the partnership agreement between Ottawa County and Good Samaritan Ministries. Sorry, if we could have quiet in the audience, that would be great. Thank you. The motion is I'll start over, to approve the partnership agreement between Ottawa County and Good Samaritan Ministries and to appropriate committed fund balance to support the Ottawa County Eviction Prevention Program with $300,000 from the Board Initiatives Fund. Is there a motion?
So moved.
All right, got a motion from Zylstra and a second from Bonema. I think we'll go to Patrick for an update, and then Doug, we'll come back to you.
Yeah, I'll kick it off. As I think you all are aware, this is a continuation of a discussion to utilize some of the board initiatives funds. I think the recommendation was brought forth by Commissioner Zylstra. We kind of been working it through the process. It's come before this body at least once and received a lot of feedback. And Erin from Good Sam is here. I think she's done a commendable job in attempting to respond to all the questions and concerns that were raised. And we spent a lot of time working on a revised agreement that hopefully reflects some of the concerns that this body raised, even incorporating some of the comments and input from some of the commissioners. So Erin's here, and I'll let you, I don't want to steal your thunder, so please.
I don't have any thunder planned. I was just here to answer questions.
All right, thank you for being here, Christy. Appreciate it. Or I'm sorry, Erin. Christy was somebody else. All right, Commissioner Zylstra, would you care to start us off?
I think Erin's here. I think she's done a great job presenting this. You know, back in 2022, we did initial investment with Good Sam, and all the work they've done and the metrics they've shown have made me a big fan of the program. And I think we've had some public comment about eviction diversion and how in keeping folks out of eviction has a lot of downstream positive effects, and very supportive and grateful for the work of Good Sam in our community. So,
all right, thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? All right, Jessica, you looked like you were raising your hand. I'm sorry. Yeah, Allison, go for it.
Just want to first just commend Erin for your continued work on this. And when you came here and this board had a lot of questions, and you went back and you really, I would say, really beefed up the contract that is before us today. I also really appreciate you reaching out and asking if we have additional questions. And I appreciate the response that you took the time even last night at 6 o'clock to respond. And so I just want to say thank you for your efforts. One of the questions that I asked, just so the board is aware, is I wanted to see if Good Sam has a requirement to make sure that we are, when they're helping people, that they're making sure that they're an American citizen. And so she did say that they ask clients to supply documents that indicate that they are legal citizens. They do require Social Security cards, a form of ID with address, a copy of their lease, and payroll records to verify household income. And then that also helps them qualify clients for their program. And so my first request would be that we would actually put that as a line item in our contract. So while you have stated that's something that you do, I would just like it to be part of our contract with you that is one of our requirements to have that. And it sounds like I don't think that would be too much extra work on your behalf because it's something you already do. I think that would just provide some transparency for our community. And so that would be one additional thing that I would like to see be made. So I think I'll just put that on the record first. And if we need to make motions later, we can do so. Another thing that I would talk to the board about is God gave us 3 different spheres, right, to operate. So he gave us the family, he gave us the church, and he gave us the government. And I guess from my perspective, that's something that we should always be looking at, of who should be the one providing in those circumstances. And I do think that if the county government is going to continue to use taxpayer dollars through the use of ARPA dollars, I would like to see more of a condition of showing that we're doing a step down from continuing to come to government to help out in this measure. I would like to see more efforts being made from Good Samaritan to continue their conversations in the roundtable discussions with Community Spoke, which is what we have currently given money to provide for nonprofits to be meeting together to know how to best utilize those funds. I think that it would be wonderful if we even potentially had a commissioner that sat at those roundtable events so that we would have the opportunity to present back to this board how they're doing a step-down approach from the county, because this is not something that the county has done before up until COVID. And so to make sure that we are advocating that they are instead looking to the nonprofit and the faith-based community going forward, I would like to recommend, one, that we have a commissioner that serves in going to those roundtable discussions. Another condition I would love to see put in this contract is that we potentially would do a step-down approach, doing a good faith-based effort of giving them potentially $100,000 year one, coming back and showing us that they are building relationships to continue growing their financial means through a different way, giving them $60,000 in year two, and then coming back again, showing us that they're building more relationships, and then giving them $40,000 the year three. So that would be my proposal.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bonema, Jacob.
No, very good comments, Commissioner Miedema. Thank you for those. In agreement. As Chair of Finance, this issue came in front of our committee, and we talked at length. And first thing I want to say about you to the public is the public should know they have a very good advocate in you. And, you know, this is an emotionally charged topic. The people this affects, they're good people. They're family people. You know, they contribute to Ottawa County's, future in a way that we want to support and care for. You know, these are people that we need to, take our time to figure out what's going on and how to help to get them out of this situation, right? So how we go about that matters. And, our conversations have meant a lot to me. I think you've always been very professional and been able to provide stats, as Commissioner Miedema, absolutely pointed out. And that's the kind of, tangible information we need to be more informed as we decide to support or not to support different things. So I want to first tell the public they have somebody very competent in this position with you. So thank you for that. And we have talked about the role of government versus the role of maybe private entities and nonprofits filling in this void in the community. And you've expressed to me your desire to, for lack of a better term, wean off taxpayer dollars, and that you'd be coming to us asking for less money in the future. And so I don't know that we need to take that step today to put that on you to say this is, but you're hearing that from the board, multiple commissioners, I suspect. And so I think as you grow your network of support, you'll need the taxpayers' dollar less. And so we're excited to see you do that because you do that so well. So I just want you to know I'm absolutely supporting you today, and excited to see how we can work better in the future to, address this issue in a kind and gentle way as we move forward together.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next, Jim.
Aaron, I just have a question for you. First of all, again, thanks for all the hard work you've put in on front end on this, and supplied us with a lot of great information. I do want to ask, in public comments, we had one person online. Were you aware that that challenge grant was out there?
Yes, yes. So,
I-
yeah.
I think that illustrates the point that the county was able to, by showing interest, by wanting to support this, has had a leadership role in helping you get other people come on board from philanthropic community across West Michigan. I think that's exactly the kind of result we want to be able to get, that we can be the leader in this, and others will follow, and it gives you a base to work from as you expand your support network. So I think this is a great program. I think you've been very responsive with questions for information and everything, and I think this propels us in the right direction with some of the considerations of this is a temporary support, but a very critical junction for you to be able to launch forward. So happy to support this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. John?
So Aaron, if all nonprofits could be as responsive as you have been in this case, this is exactly what we as a commission need to be doing more of. From the point we first started talking about, I think this is the third meeting we've had on this issue, right? And every time you keep giving us more information to be responsive, and you see it in your materials, household, the makeup of the household and all those other issues that came up. Fantastic. I do like this contract. I do like the fact that it's not just $300,000. It's going to be renewed annually, so to speak. You got to report twice a year to us, and the metrics are laid out in the contract in exhibits A and B. And I appreciate that. I also appreciate that this is a model that other nonprofits or other recipients of our gifts from the county should be looking at. It's a collaborative effort, like Commissioner Berry just mentioned, with other stakeholders in the county, private business, others, nonprofits. This is how it's supposed to work. And you're giving us a model. And I just thank you very much for this. Yeah. And I want to make one more point. I haven't heard anybody anywhere say that we shouldn't support this. All the information is this should be supported for the reasons given. So thank you for your work.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Well, yeah, Jordan, go right ahead.
Yeah, I want to echo pretty much everyone's comments. I think that the stats on this program are really exceptional. I think you've done a good job running it. And I'm just very impressed by the numbers. And when we asked for numbers, you came back and gave us exactly what we asked for. So appreciate that. I also think that, to Commissioner Miedema's point, I philosophically completely agree with a step-down approach if we can fill the gap with other funding. And that to me seems like what this $300,000 ask is. In the presentation, I see we gave $2 million in the past before I was on the board. And so I do think there is a level of, we wanted to fund it, and completely cutting off funding, I mean, that doesn't sit right. So I think this is your new modified funding structure of 30%, 70%, 30% county, 70% donors. I think that's headed in the right direction. And obviously, as the program gets legs and gets community buy-in, eventually, hopefully that will switch to 80%, 90%, 100%. But I do think this is the right investment for the time right now, and the need is there. So I'm happy to support it as well. I do think some of Commissioner Miedema's suggestions have some merit. So I'll say that as well.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Moss.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for being here and providing the information and kind of working with the board to figure out how to do this. We have a unique opportunity to take this program and, as has been discussed, kind of spin it off a little bit. So I have a thought on a way to improve the contract. I do like some of what you had said, Commissioner Miedema, but I have a slightly different take. So what if, in the use of these, formerly ARPA dollars, what if we were to leave the 300 and still visibly show a step-down model where we do two different things. So the first year we give 150, second year we give 100, third year we give 50. That shows an intentional step down while retaining the same amount. But then we also change one line in the contract where it says no grant funds may be used on administration. We allow up to 10%, giving more flexibility in the process to help support some of the operations, not a lot, but just a little bit, and then showing that this is a step down idea. So I think that would be a big improvement. I think that would probably just help support the program overall and help us accomplish our goals.
Good. Thank you, Commissioner Moss. We'll come back.
I would like to, yeah.
Commissioner Rhodey.
Okay. I appreciate Commissioner Moss's suggestion because I was just working formulas myself here along the same lines. So I think it's really important for us to work towards that because I think if we don't, ultimately, you may need to come back again after 3 years. So I think it's important to be actively working towards a step down. I appreciate the fact that there seems to be a desire to give 300,000 that still allows that to happen. And with planning, you can use it as needed. So I do support that. But then I have some other thoughts. I think I've said this before, but ultimately I really believe that this program is a nonprofit function, not a government function. That said, I think this is a good program. I think that there's a lot of data that shows that it's effective and that there's good reason to have a program like this. It was really important to me that we find a way to build a model that can be reputable and help you gain private support into the future. So I appreciate you being open to these metrics that are being requested because I think ultimately it will help you, or hope it will help you in that regard. So I'm just looking at Exhibit B with some of these things. I just want to call out a couple things. In number 6, it says the number of households assisted that attend a financial wellness workshop and or class. The target is 50% of households assisted with election diversion. And I would really like to see families building an emergency plan be a part of that. I think that's a really important piece that they're planning for their future. So I don't know if that is a part of that, but just want to note that I think that's really important. I appreciate that number 10, the total amount of operational funding secured from other financial contributors. I think it's really important, obviously, that you continue to build that. And then I also appreciate the biannual performance reports. And in particular, I really like the narrative explanation of outcomes. I think it's really good to learn from what's happening, both for you as you build your program, but for us too, to know what's going on there. So anyways, I appreciate those things being built into the contract. Then just a couple other thoughts. I also appreciate that this is not a housing first model. I think that when we were at NACO, part of the administration talked about, some criticism of the housing first model that you see like in some cities in California where there's really a lot of deep chronic homelessness going on. And that model has not been helpful at all in those situations. And so I appreciate that, and what that is, is providing housing to people who are homeless without doing a wraparound service to provide for, all the conditions that led to the homelessness. And that's not what this program is. And so I appreciate that. I appreciate, your referral source and how this is, just how this is set up. But one other thing is, I spoke with a social worker from our schools and about, what are you seeing with families? What are you seeing with evictions, within the school district? And it really is a fairly significant issue. And they are not making referrals to your program. Yours is coming really from the court system. And so they're using some other resources in the community to help with eviction prevention. And there's really a lot of, in that particular case, thorough vetting that goes on to make sure that any resources that are given will be utilized responsibly. Anyways, I really appreciated the information that she shared and what's going on in my particular school district. I don't know what else is going on in the other school districts, but this is an issue that is very much being felt in our schools around the county. And these are families that are probably not all being, captured in this system. So to Commissioner Miedema's point, I do think this is an issue that should be dealt with by Community Spoke. I think there is a need for more of a roundtable and perhaps bringing in our school districts because there are additional needs there. So just want to highlight that again, that, there's more needs that we probably, if possible, need to have them look at.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I know Commissioner Bonema wanted to speak. I just want to make sure I go around at least one time so everybody has an opportunity with one motion on the table. Commissioner Wenzel and I think Kyers, or excuse me, Jim Kyers. Phil, that's your name.
I'm good, thanks.
You're good? Okay, all right, thank you. Kendra, you're good too? Okay, then I'll just throw my comments in on the first round here. I very much thank you for all your hard work on this. You went above and beyond in getting information. And shout out to, I believe it was Christy Connect from Blooming Kids 2, who in her comments right away stepped up with matching funds from their organization. So whoever they are, you're an inspiration. Thank you. And other members of the community who would like to come alongside and support Good Sam's efforts with homelessness, you're welcome to join. Jump on in, the water's warm. And it's a good thing. So I think that was the intent of this program. I do, as Commissioner Jortsma said, see this as a step down from 2 million down to 300,000. That's a big step down right there. As far as the details within the contract, I'm not, there's some good ideas here, but I'm not in favor of wordsmithing a contract right here, right now. I really believe that should take place before it gets up to here, ideally. So those are my thoughts, and we can go around a second time. So thank you, Commissioner Bonema.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to piggyback a little bit on Commissioner Moss's comments because the overall intent, I wholeheartedly agree with. And I think there's an opportunity here. It's kind of starting with our conversations with you, Aaron, of this concept of stepping down government dollars into nonprofit programs. A lot of times we start something and these programs just become permanent fixtures inside of our budgets. And I think as we are going into our strategic planning meeting next week, this is a great topic for us to really talk through as a bigger picture item. If we're going to work with a nonprofit, let's go into it with the expectation that it's not a permanent fixture, or have that debate. Maybe it should be, but have that conversation sometimes you need starting funds. Sometimes you need something, get the momentum going so that you can build support, as other commissioners have pointed out. But really, for us as a bigger picture item here, commissioners, that we look at rolling this standard out, not just with this one program, but with all of our nonprofits that we're talking to.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Yeah. Commissioner Moss.
Sure. I'll just make the motion that we make those changes I discussed, where we change the increments to 150,000, 100,000, and 50,000, and strike the other sentence in number 3, and change it to grant funds may be used up to 10% on administration.
All right, so we've got a motion, and I might have you do that one more time just to make sure Jessica's on board with that before we second it, or if somebody would like to second it. Have you got that, Jessica? Yeah, okay, all right, go one more time, Joe.
Yep, so the motion would be to change the annual increments to 150,000, 100,000, and 50,000, and to strike the line, to change a line in number 3 that says no grant funds may be used on administration, change it to up to 10% of grant funds may be used on administration.
All right, we've got a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Support.
Support from Commissioner Rhodey. And I believe we'll go back over to Commissioner Moss to tee that one up.
Sure, yeah, I think overall improves The flexibility of the dollars that are being given still shows a step-down approach. I think overall just gives them more flexibility and is probably better for this contract.
Thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner Zylstra.
We just get Aaron's thoughts on that.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. It's ultimately the same dollar amount. Love the flexibility of administration. That's always really nice for nonprofits. So I'm content with that.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? All right, I'm seeing nods. I guess we'll go to a vote on this one. Might as well do roll call, Jessica.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Just a reminder, this is for Commissioner Moss's motion. Mr. Berry,
Yes.
Mr. Georgezma,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bonamo,
Yes.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel. Yes. Mr. Teeples.
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Bruger,
Yes.
and Mrs. Miedema.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Thank you very much. That motion is amended. Now we have the original motion on the table. Unless there's any other motions that would like to be made.
I would like to make a motion just to have it listed in the contract that would require the eviction prevention program to ask clients to supply documents that indicate they are legal citizens.
We've got a motion and we've got a support. Allison, would you like to, you've already discussed it, but you made the motion, so go ahead.
I think that this would provide evidence to the people, the transparency about where we are putting our efforts, and it already aligns with the requirements from Good Samaritan.
All right. Anyone else? I know what Doug's question is going to be, but Jim's finger went up first.
Same question, we can have Aaron's. I know you've already kind of talked about that, but.
Yeah, so to be clear, we already are collecting documents that would indicate that people are citizens. So this isn't an extra step for us necessarily, so that's acceptable.
All right, Commissioner Berry?
That was my question.
I figured that's where we're going. All right, any other comments or questions? All right, roll call if you would, Jess.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Berry,
Yes.
Mr. Bonamo,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel. Yes. Mrs. Miedema,
Yes.
Mr. Georgezma,
Yes.
Mr. Teeples.
Yes.
And Mr. Bruger.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. Back to the original motion on the table to approve the contract with a few amendments to it. Is there any other discussion? Okay, let's call the roll.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Teeples,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bonamo,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel. Yes. Mrs. Miedema,
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Mr. Georgezma,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Berry. And Mr. Bruger.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
And I guess just a note from the chair, if there's any time we can do that ahead of this meeting, that'd be awesome in the future. It did work out very well this
Second
time
that.
though, so that was great. Thank you very much for being willing to adjust. Good Samaritan. All right, item D on the agenda, post-execution contract ratifications. The suggested motion is to ratify all contracts on the ratification report pursuant to the county's contracting policy.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any discussion? We've got some financial ones on this, so let's do roll call again.
I
Oh,
had
I'm
my
sorry.
hand raised.
Oh, apologies. I didn't see that. Yep. Go right ahead.
I just got to pull it up. Just a second. All right. So I'm going to start with, I have two contracts I'd like to discuss. The first one, I just have questions about, and that would be contract 2910. I'm wondering if someone from Public Health is here that could discuss it. From all appearances, it looks like this is a new program that they are kind of piloting, and I would like to know if that is a true assessment that I've made. And I would like to know if that parents gave support for the 15 students to be taking part in this. I would like to be able to see to have a better understanding of how this came to be.
All right, so Patrick, we got a question of staff. Are you able to take that one?
I am not, which question pertains to which contract?
So this one is regarding the epicenter that Public Health was hiring to go into Coopersville Public Schools to work with 15 students after school as it relates to the substance misuse prevention program. And what I'm reading is that this has already started a couple days ago. And it looks like they were taking surveys before the program started with students, and then they're going to be taking a survey when it concludes. I'm wondering what Public Health's goal is through this. That's not very many students. I'm wondering if they're using it as a pilot program to potentially be putting throughout our county and potentially through the state.
I've read that up to 50, or at least 15.
Yes, but I'd like to know
Right.
what the
Oh, hey.
partnership is with the school system.
Look at this, we've got a public health director
we go.
here.
Hi,
So,
sorry.
yeah, Adeline, thank you for being here. And Commissioner Miedema has a question. I guess you just walked in, you may have heard some of it.
Because I
Yeah.
I set up in a room
Yeah,
over there.
I'd be happy
Go ahead
to
and
start
and
over.
repeat
again.
that question.
Thanks.
So there is a contract that is on a ratification of contracts today. And it is the partnership with the Epicenter to go into Coopersville schools after the after-school program with the substance misuse prevention program. And I guess my first question is, I don't believe this is something you guys have done before.
No, yep,
Right?
you're right.
Can
Yep.
you please describe like how this came to be, what your goals are with the program, what the future looks like? Please just give us a little bit more of an idea.
I am not, so this would be, I'm trying to think what the name of the program we had used before. I'm blanking on the name. But we were finding that it wasn't a great module or system for or super measurable outcomes we weren't having from that. So we wanted to pivot and do a pilot, like a small pilot with a different process or program. This is one that CDC endorses. And so this is just a small cohort to see how it works and if we have a little bit better response than what we were using previously. And so, yes, you're right. It's just a pilot. It does. I think I mentioned, I heard when I was walking out, there was a question about parents knowing about or signing up. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that process?
I can't speak to the details because I'm not sure off the top of my head, and I'm so sorry. I'd reached out to our program manager to ask, and I don't have that off the top of my head.
Anytime
But-
that we are going into
Absolutely,
school systems,
parents
this is
can't, we're not like kidnapping kids and forcing them to sit in this. It's something that the parents have to be in agreement with for their participation.
okay.
Absolutely.
I'm just going to say from my perspective, this is something that I think our board should have been aware of prior to its start. This is a new piloted program. I think that this is something that would definitely fall under us as setting policy for the county. If this is something that the Board of Commissioners would support. And it sounds like there's a lot of unanswered questions from our director about this program. And so it concerns me that we're ratifying a contract without a lot of knowledge about it. And so at this point in time, I can't get behind supporting this without more information.
Okay.
So
Thank you, Commissioner Miedema.
I'm going to actually make a motion to move this item out of the rest of the contract so we can vote on it separately.
Okay. Got a motion on the table, and we've got support to remove, what is the item?
Item 2910.
It's really a motion for division to vote separately.
Make sense? Okay.
Yes. All right.
Okay, and we've got a second. So, any discussion on that item? And Commissioner Minema, you already gave your, so, and I guess
I did.
Commissioner Rhodey seconded that. If you'd like to add to it, maybe.
So this,
Oh, sorry. Commissioner Rhodey, if she's
oh,
up to
okay,
it.
good.
No, that's okay.
Sorry.
No, you're welcome. That's.
That's okay. I share Commissioner Miedema's reservations. I think anytime that we have people going into schools, we need to particularly be careful, make sure we have the parental consent and that we know what the program is. And so I share your concerns.
All right. Commissioner Teeples.
I don't share those concerns. I think the Department of Public Health has a lot of discretion in what they do. That's why they're the Department of Public Health. This is not a policy that should come to our level. It's a $5,000 issue at this point, a pilot that we can hear about, but we kind of rely on our departments to tell us what they think. And sometimes they need information before they can come back. So I'm not concerned about this. I know you're not going to force kids to do something against the schools or their parents. You guys are well beyond that issue. So I think this is not an issue that we need to be worried about at the board level, especially for $5,000.
Okay. Commissioner Berry.
I just have a comment. Adeline, I'd just like to thank you for looking at your data. And if you had a program that wasn't working, that you were willing to look at some other options to get the outcomes that you would hope to expect from a substance abuse prevention program. Yeah, I'd agree with some of the comments of Commissioner Teeples. This is a pilot program, $5,000. This is just to see that if the results can be better than what was being used previously. This isn't a county-wide initiative or anything at this point. This is just to see if this is a more effective program. I'm comfortable that there was parental notification on this. But knowing the realities here, I mean, it's a sensitive area and notification is always great in advance, but I do see that a small grant for a pilot program, where's the threshold on that, I guess. But anyway, I'm comfortable with this, but.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Commissioner Moss.
Sure. Yeah. The current motion is just for division to vote so that commissioners can vote on the rest of the ratification and vote on this separately. I think it'd be wise and in good form for the commission to vote yes on this so that commissioners who would potentially like to vote no on a particular item for $5,000 can do that. I did look at the program as much as I could. I researched it online. It's in multiple school districts. I don't see any red flags in the actual program offhand. So, but I do think it'd be good just to allow division.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Commissioner Ziles.
I just echo what Joe said. I bring to separate it because I think we should be able to have that privilege, but I do think that overall it's a good program, so.
All right, so the motion, thank you, Doug. So the motion on the table is to, help me out here, Ron, separate this out.
It is not a.
It is not to approve it or disprove it, it's just.
It is a motion just to separate.
Just separate it out. Okay, all right. And so on that motion, now that I understand, I'm not going to be voting in favor of that. I believe that items that are on the post-ratification have already met the minimum qualifications and some midterm qualifications to be included and approved. And I don't want to set that standard. It puts our staff in a real guessing game when it comes to getting the job done. I think my other comment, well, actually, that would be it for now. And if it does get separated, I'll have some further comments and thoughts on it. So, all right.
Do we have something in the board rules on this? I just want to make sure.
Just that it requires a vote.
Yeah, it
We
requires
had
a
talked originally about
Yep.
pulling things from consent.
Okay.
And last term, I think we operated under the assumption that this worked similarly, but this requires a vote.
Yep. No, yeah, we're following the right process, as I recall it. So, if you do a roll call, Jess, on a,
Yes, of course.
that'd be great.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mrs. Miedema,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel. Yes. Mr. Berry,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Teeples.
Yes.
Mr. Bonema. Oh, sorry.
He had to go.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Georgezma,
Yes.
and Mr. Bruger.
No.
All right, the yeas have it.
All right. So we've got this one now. Help me out here, Ron. This one's now a separate item.
We still have the original motion
Okay.
to approve the post-ratification contract, so we should deal with that before we deal
Okay.
with this separate one.
All right, sounds good. And Allison, I think you had another item on
Have
there.
another
Yep.
one. Also, go ahead.
Sorry, I had one more comment on that item. Could I do that real quick?
We're going to actually vote on that item separately in a moment, right? Ron?
Oh, thank you.
We're
Yeah,
gonna go back,
yeah,
we're gonna
yeah,
go
we'll come
back
back
to
to
that
it.
discussion
thank you.
in a little while. So the other contract is also from Public Health. That is contract 2908. That is with the Michigan Association for Local Public Health, also known as MELF. Just reading for those who are just listening, the box that was given to us, the description, it says, since 2021, each local health department in Michigan has received this grant allocation annually, which is dedicated to strengthening the social and emotional well-being of its workforce. Allowable uses include activities or services that are educational, therapeutic, or stress-reducing in nature, such as facilitated workshops, wellness programming, mindfulness or stress management training, peer support initiatives, or other evidence-informed approaches that enhance staff well-being. And
Do you want, sorry, Allison, do you want to make your motion to remove this? I don't want to, just from a form perspective, I want to.
sure, I'd be happy to do that. I would like to divide this
There you go.
contract so that we can vote on it separately and have separate discussion.
All right, so we've got a motion. Is there a second?
Support.
All right, support by Moss. All right, now Allison, go for it.
I guess I would just like the opportunity to vote on this one separately as well, and then maybe we can save the conversation for in a little bit.
All right, sounds good. Anyone else? All right, again, I'll be voting no on this because the aforementioned comments that I made were the last one. Jessica, would you call roll?
Mr. Teeples,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Barry,
No.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Georgezma,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel. Yes. And Mr. Bruger.
No.
The yeas have it.
Okay. So now, thank you. We'll be back to the original motion, if I'm following Ron, to ratify all contracts on the ratification report pursuant to the county's contracting policy, with the exception of those two items.
Right.
All right, any further discussion on that? All right, if you would call the roll, please.
Yes. Mr. Georgezma,
Yes.
Mr. Teeples,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel. Yes. Mr. Barry,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
and Mr. Bruger.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, so then the first item is, help me out, contract
2910.
2910. So do we have to make another motion to put it back on the
There's
table, or
no
it's
motion on
automatic? Okay.
2910 right now.
Oh, so we need to make a motion to approve 2910.
There is no motion pending right now.
Okay,
We have a
so-
Motion to separate. We do not have a motion to approve or
Okay.
reject.
All right, would anyone care to make a motion so we can put this on the table?
Motion to approve contract 2910.
Or
All right, motion by Jortsma, support by Kyers. I believe we'll go to Commissioner Jortsma for first comments, and then Joe, your hand was next.
Yeah, I think this has been stated. It's a small contract. It's a pilot program. You know, you use a pilot program to see the merits. It's got parental consent. The curriculum was designed by the CDC. It makes sense to me. I support it.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Moss.
Yeah, I don't think the curriculum itself was designed by the CDC. I think it's just part of like an approved list or something. I think also it's in a few different school districts. I think it's in Hudsonville, maybe a couple others. I'm not sure which ones, but I haven't heard anything about the program, you know, in general. But so I don't see any red flags or anything. But I do share the concern that we should be extra careful when we, you know, involve schools. And I mean, I definitely share that concern. So, and in general, I don't support, you know, health clinics in schools or other things like that. We've seen some very bad things across the country when that happens. But this particular program, I don't see any big issues.
All right, Commissioner Minema.
So I'm currently at the neutral approach for the actual program. I think if we want to build trust together between public health and the board, I would just encourage information sooner and opportunity for having conversations such as these, because we might not even be having the need for this particular conversation at the moment if we had been given more information upfront. And so, again, I have concerns when we talk about it's just a little pilot. Sometimes little pilots are wonderful. Sometimes they lead to a lot of damage. And I just think that we could have had a more intelligent conversation about this particular one, especially if they're looking to grow it throughout the county and through different schools, or potentially even be used as a model for our state. So I have great pause in that. So I will be voting no on it today.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Commissioner Wenzel.
Just was doing a little digging, and it says parents are generally not informed about their children being placed in SAMHSA's evidence-based program named Engage because of HIPAA.
Where is that from?
It's under SAMHSA.
What is SAMHSA for those who are,
Very concerning.
what does that
It's
stand for?
It's the substance abuse portion of CMH.
Okay, okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, Commissioner Wenzel, anything else? You've got the floor. I just want to move on. Okay,
So I would, with that, I would say no.
okay. Commissioner Teeples.
So, Patrick, what's our policy on contract approval? $60,000 threshold? 70. I think we're moving down a slippery slope here. We got a $5,000 issue now, and then the next one's going to be 4,500. I mean, if we're going to start nitpicking this kind of, the value of those kind of contracts and questioning the department heads, when we've already given them authority under a policy up to $70,000, it puts the entire ratification process at jeopardy, and the contracts that have been signed and vendors relying on them. I think this is a very slippery slope we're going into here if we're going to start nitpicking under 70,000. I think maybe we bring it up in strategic planning to review the policy. If we don't like the $70,000, we revise it, but we don't get into these kind of details.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Kendra, before I come back to you, just want to make sure everybody else has a chance. I'll go to you the second time. Mr. Barry, you leaned. Was that a lean in with your finger up, or?
I'll yield to Commissioner Miedema for the time being.
All right, and Allison, you've already gone one time around. You want to hold yours until everybody else has a moment, if you wouldn't mind? Yeah, Jim, actually, you can go first. Do apologize.
I share a lot of the.
Sorry, guys, just so you know, the process I'm following is Robert's rules does state that everybody has one opportunity to speak the first time around. Before anybody speaks the second time, all commissioners must be given an opportunity to speak. So that's the process I'm following. Commissioner Barry.
This is my first or second time.
I think it's your first time on this one.
I share some of the concerns that Commissioner Teeples has that it's not unusual to give department heads authorization on contracts up to a certain level. Ours is 70,000. I've seen other organizations that have a lower figure. This isn't this isn't becoming county policy. This is a pilot program. The dollar amount, I think, is a consideration. Parental, there will always be questions about parental involvement in communications. So getting that information on the front end, I would agree with some of Commissioner Miedema's comments on that. We could avoid some of this discussion and debates with information up front. But I share Commissioner Teeples' concerns about the slippery slope on micromanaging really what I consider to be small programs and small grants that come into the county.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Commissioner Barry. Commissioner Rhodey.
Okay, so I believe that what is really at issue here is access to minors. And it's not about $5,000. It has nothing to do with a financial threshold at all. But I would suggest that we actually need a county policy on board approval for any time we have a new program initiated to bring education to minors about a subject. And part of the reason that I feel strongly about this is that historically the CDC has recommended things that are very much not okay. I don't believe that this board probably would 100% agree with many things the CDC has put out. And one example of that would be that the CDC has advocated for radical sex education. And I think the contents of much of that, if you were aware of it, you would not agree with. And so I don't think that we can just blanketly say, well, the CDC, approved this or recommends this, therefore it must be okay for our minors, to be exposed to it. That's simply not a true statement. And so in regards to this contract, what would have been helpful is if, a new project involving minors had been presented to the Planning and Policy Committee for approval, for, board knowledge. That would have been very helpful. I think that would have put your concerns, at ease. The information would have been presented, and we wouldn't be here today discussing this contract. So ultimately, I personally think the county probably needs a policy in regards to anytime we're giving county staff, access to minors in schools away from parents. What are our guidelines going to be? We would want an opt-in from parents, not an opt-out from parents. And we would want a board approval of the content of whatever's going to be done. I think that would be wise. I don't think it's about the $5,000 at all. In regards to this particular program, I'm seeing that there's different portions of it, and some of it, there's like 5 or 6 different ways that, it recommends a program be used. There's both after school and there's in school. And so you might have been seeing the in-school access without parental consent, and perhaps an after school is with parental consent. And I'm not hearing that this was involving all of those aspects, because some of it was outreach to doctors and physicians and stuff like that. So it might not be the same thing there, but
This is after school.
right. So I'm not seeing, like glaring red flags on this particular program either, but I think in general, a county policy on, how are we going to make decisions about what we, present to our minors absent parents would be wise.
Thank you, Commissioner Rhodey. Before we go around a second time, Doug or Phil, any comments?
When I see these contracts, and I've had this before, one of the first things I do, I just call the department where it comes from. And it saves us a lot of, I know discussion's great here, but I think some of the discussion we have should be with the administrator that administrates it. So all these questions are asked prior to our meeting, and it's pretty easy to do. I mean, this was out last Friday already, so we went out of our way to get it out really early with all the events coming on. So that's my opinion.
Okay, Doug. Doug, anything? No. All right. And then Kendra, you've been waiting.
I'm just going to say that to Commissioner Teeple's comment that the safety and security of our children should never be contingent on a dollar amount level.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Wenzel. Anyone else? Oh, Joe, go for it.
Round 2, I think, maybe?
We're on round 2. I haven't spoken in round 1 yet.
You want to go for it?
I guess I should. Yeah, I'll just, thank you for that, Joe. I'll add, I think as Jim said, we went to great lengths to get this agenda out on Friday. I understand that, we as commissioners were very involved in Washington DC, so a little bit of extenuating circumstances, but whatever we can do to put staff in a good position, I think it goes both ways. Yes, staff could bring this to us earlier planning. Good comment there, Commissioner Rhodey. But when something's on an agenda and we're when we're, staff's on the back foot immediately because they had no idea the questions were coming, that's difficult for them to do. So just a heads up to staff, to Patrick, to say, hey, I'm going to have some questions on this. If staff could be prepared to answer them in this context, that'd be very helpful too. So that's my thoughts on that. Again, from a process perspective, I'm going to be voting yes. Well, this is already removed now, so I'm just going to be voting yes on the presentation. Now, thank you. Joe, go right ahead. Round two.
I'll try to be quick. Yeah, I agree with several of these comments here. Agree with Commissioner Teeples on much of what he said as well, and Commissioner Rhodey. And I do think that we're trying to weigh and balance with our busy schedules and travel, the importance of making, prudent decisions, especially when it involves minors. And I had not thought of those words. That's very helpful to hear you say that. So thank you. Two other things. There are many things the CDC has approved in the past, for which we could bring some examples and bring them, to the board. I guess in some ways I'd rather not do that. But in this case, I don't see a big problem, but I appreciate the discussion. So thanks everybody for whatever this was, 15 minutes or whatever.
Thank you, Commissioner Moss. Anyone else? Round two. Mr. Berry.
I would just like to say would very much enjoy having a discussion on creating a policy, as Commissioner Rodia was indicating. As Chair of Planning and Policy, I'd be happy to air this out and have a full discussion on this to bring before the full board. But we're also next week going into our strategic planning process, and that's something that should be getting some discussion as well too. So going forward, I could support that. As far as this contract goes, I mean, to me, there aren't any apparent red flags. It's from a policy point of view, it's the kind of program that county has had in the past, but just trying to find a more effective vendor for the program. So I'll be voting yes for this.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Commissioner Miedema.
Just wanted to say I appreciated Commissioner Rhodey's suggestion about a policy. I think that would be helpful to, for staff as well. And I appreciate Commissioner Berry's support of that. Due to my questions not being able to be answered today, from Public Health, I will still be voting no.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? All right, roll call, Jess.
Right. Mr. Zylstra.
Yes.
Mr. Teeples.
This is the motion to approve this contract.
Yes.
No. Wait a minute.
Yes.
I'm voting. I gotta make sure I understand the motion.
So
If you'd reread the motion, thank you.
motion is to approve contract 2910.
Yes.
We're looking out for you.
Thank you, guys.
It's been a long 24 hours.
Mr. Georgezma.
Yes.
Mr. Kyers.
Yes.
Mr. Berry.
Yes.
Mrs. Miedema.
No.
Mrs. Rhodey.
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel. No. And Mr. Bruger.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you, everyone. And I believe we need a motion regarding contract number 2908. Would anyone care to make a motion to approve that?
Motion to ratify contract
Ratify, thank you.
2908 pursuant to the county's contracting policy.
And motion by Georgezma, supported by Kyers. And Jordan, since you stepped up, you get to lead off if you'd care to do so.
Yeah, this, especially more than the last one, seems like were we to not approve this, we're not allowing the public health director to manage their own budget. So, I mean, I'd be curious to hear about this, but it is a grant. So this isn't county general fund dollars, as I understand it. If you can speak to this a little bit,
Yeah.
but yeah, I don't need to be micromanaging the public health budget for something that the director thinks is good for staff.
Yeah, so it is a grant. It comes through MALF, I think, as you, Commissioner Miedema read. We've had it since 2021. It's been approved every year. Things that we use it for, we do an all-staff training every summer. And so it pays for lunch for all staff to attend when we hold that for everybody. We do it to try and work on or make fun things for example, Chris, who kind of helps coordinate she calls it Summer of Fun, does stuff like having Hudsonville ice cream come with their trailer so that staff can go and get ice cream, and different activities like that is what it's been used for in the past. I think we've had like a coffee barista person come one time. So different things that try and have all of our staff come together. Since we have some pretty varied and different programs and people in all different places. So we try to set up things where everybody comes together, but those are the expenses that we've used it for in the past. We've also used it for like, we have to do annual training for like bloodborne pathogen training and HIPAA and like tornado drills and things like that, that shockingly are not super exciting. So stuff to try and get staff to engage on that, like to once they show they completed it, then it's like, here's a stress ball kind of a thing. So we use it for different things like that.
All right, thank you. Jordan, anything else?
No, that sounds great.
Commissioner Minema?
Right. First of all, I support the reason for the spend. What I'm not in agreement with is, again, the partnership with Michigan Association for Local Public Health. We actually had a very lengthy conversation as a board last March 25. This same request came before the board. This continues to be a COVID grant, which is kind of interesting, but really the main crux of it is that MELF is the state level organization of, do you say NACCHO or NACCHO?
Yeah, I mean, it's the public health organization like MACO. It's the same, it's public health. Like there's Michigan Association of County Officials. We have Michigan Association for Public Health Officials.
So millions of dollars are funded into these NGOs specifically. And just for a refresher, here are the stances of MELF. They are a heavy champion of DEI and health equity. They support access to school data, which is anti-child privacy. They allow minors to consent to health procedures without parental consent. They are supporting the trans agenda. They are promoters of radical sex ed, activists for police racism and climate change. They're advocates for medical waivers, only for medical waivers only for vaccinations. They want to fully eliminate philosophical and religious exemptions. This is not an organization that our conservative county should be playing ball with. We should put a moratorium in place against this org. And I believe that to begin that process, I'm going to make a motion to, well, basically, we're going to take a vote on it, but I would recommend rejecting this particular contract due to their stances. It's a high concern of, and instead, I will actually put a motion on the table to utilize some remaining board initiative funds to provide for public health. What the request was, I support your request. So I would make a motion to instead take a small amount of money from board initiatives to help fund that particular event.
We
I
have
think
a
we'll-
motion on the floor. You may make a motion to table,
gotta-
you may indicate you're gonna vote no.
Or
He's
amend the
trying to
motion.
amend.
Would it be amend?
I would make a motion to amend the current motion.
Okay, I
that work?
didn't hear the word amend. So what are we amending it to?
To instead of receiving money from MELF, to utilize board initiative funding to help pay for this event.
That's not an amendment, that's just a separate motion.
Exactly. That destroys the original motion.
Right.
Okay. All right, so I guess we say out of order in a kind way, but good thought.
I do believe the motion can still be put out there.
You'd have to motion to table the current motion in order to introduce a new motion, correct?
Right. Well, we have to vote on the original motion at some point anyway. So we need to vote on this motion.
Okay.
So.
Okay, then I will move to table this particular motion so that we can discuss what I just said.
I'll support that.
Motion to table. There's no discussion, I believe, after a motion to table. So if you would take roll, Jess. When you're ready.
Mrs. Wenzel. Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Mr. Zelstra.
No.
Mr. Kyers.
No.
Mrs. Rhodey.
Yes.
Nedema.
Yes.
Mr. Georgezma.
No.
Mr. Teeples.
No.
Mr. Barry.
No.
and Mr. Bruger.
No.
The nays have it.
All right, so We've got a motion on the table to approve contract 2908. Jordan and Allison have both spoken. Would anybody else care to? Commissioner Moss?
Sure. Try to keep it very brief. I agree that this should be rejected, so I'll be voting no. MALF is one of the most radical DEI, pro sexualization of kids organizations operating in the state. I think we should reject it. I'd be happy to support, moving funds from the board initiatives or somewhere else. But I agree we should not work with MALF.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Commissioner Berry?
I just want to talk for a second about organizations who states their values are strengthening America's counties by fostering excellence in public service, embracing diversity of thought and experience, cultivating collaboration. They're committed to innovative, inclusive, and respectful leadership to create safe, vibrant communities. That's the National Association of Counties, which I think just about everybody's been to at one point or another. We still go to NACO conferences. And I don't believe this is a contract for teaching DEI or anything like that. This is just staff training and morale boosting for the department.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Wenzel? Commissioner Wenzel, if you'd grab your mic.
Supporting staff.
Hey, sorry, guys, Commissioner Wenzel, would you like the floor? No? Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Jim. Anyone else? Got Commissioner Rhodey.
Yes, so, I agree. I think we need to stop endearing ourselves or having MALF endear themselves to our county. MALF is intricately entwined with MDHHS, which, is just a fact, unfortunately. MALF is a state hand of NACHO. NACHO receives like over $100 million a year from the federal government to really facilitate things down to the local level. And that has been an error in the past, and it needs to change. NACHO needs to be defunded. When you look at historically at what their positions are, they run contrary to the values of our conservative county. And, their policies erode individual freedoms, parental rights, childhood innocence. And, MALF is an extension of them. And the reality is that, they're very much intertwined in public health in our state and with MDHHS. And as a county, it is our choice how much we play ball with them. So for that reason, I'm opposed to this contract. I think I like the suggestion of paying for this and supporting our staff in a different way, but I don't support continuing to be as intertwined with MALF and NACHO as we are.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else who hasn't spoken yet? No? All right. John, you're leaning in.
Nope.
Nope. Okay. All right. All right. Good deal. I'll be voting to support this. If MALF wants to pay for cake, let them eat cake at the risk of a non-boring statement. There you go. Would you call the roll, Jess?
Mr. Georgezma?
Yes.
Mr. Berry?
Yes.
Mrs. Medema?
No.
Mr. Moss?
No.
Mrs. Rhodey?
No.
Mr. Zylstra?
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel?
No.
Mr. Kyers?
Yes.
Mr. Teeples?
Yes.
And Mr. Bruger?
Yes.
Have it.
All right. Thank you. Moving on to item 9, legislative update presented by Bob DeVries, who came from another meeting. Thank you for your flexibility this morning to speak at the end of our meeting.
No problem.
Mr. Zylstra? All right. Thank you, Commissioner Zylstra, very much. Thank you.
I know you've had a long meeting, so I'll go quick, and then I'm happy to answer as many questions as you want. But there's been a lot of news out of Lansing in the last couple of weeks. Governor gave a budget presentation just 2 weeks ago. Not a lot of changes in the local government front. Revenue sharing, she was proposed as flat again. I wouldn't expect to see a lot of movement there in the upward direction. We're projected to be about $1 billion deficit this year. And so I think people are going to be expected to look for cuts rather than for increases. And so, working with administration, we talked about how the number's been flat for the last couple of years, which through inflation and other things is essentially a cut. But I would not expect to see any upward movement necessarily in that number. To fill that budget gap, the governor's proposed some tax increases on what would normally be considered sin taxes, tax increases on things like sports betting, online gaming, cigarettes, nicotine delivery, devices other than cigarettes, and then a new one which is a digital advertising tax. There's not a lot of details about that yet, but it'd be on anything from buying Facebook ads to the ads you see on Google when you do a search. Through those that would generate several $100 million to help fill that gap. The governor's also proposed pulling a couple of $100 million out of the state's rainy day fund to fill that as well. So far, the House Republicans have taken a pretty strong stand against both of those. I don't anticipate seeing votes on these tax increase ideas on the House side. But that does mean there's about $1 billion that needs to be to balance the budget. And so those will likely come through some sort of cuts, probably in the Health and Human Services side of things. Most of that shortfall is due to some funding changes from the One Big Beautiful Bill Act and some changes to Medicaid. Worked with Patrick and the administration on outlining a couple of priorities for us to work with our legislators on what they call legislatively directed spending items. We're working with them to ask for $1 million to help finish the Grand River Greenway to connect across M45 in Allendale Township. And then we were also asking for a $500,000 grant from the state to study, working with Water Resources Commissioner to study the possibility of recharging the aquifer. And so our local legislators are supportive of these things. But once again, the budget's going to be tight. It's unclear how much money there will be set aside for these things. But I do want to say thanks to our legislative delegation in Ottawa for stepping up and helping advocate for these. Last night, the governor gave her State of the State speech and outlined her priorities. I would say, not shockingly, in her last year, it was a little less ambitious than we've seen in the past. The new agenda was smaller because she only has 10 months left before she's termed out of office. What we've seen from her last night, the focus was mostly literacy. Michigan has fallen to 44th nationally in childhood literacy, and it's been dropping quickly. And so that's where the governor is focused. She's proposing spending quite a bit more money on that, but once again, it's unclear where that will come from. She also talked quite a bit about housing and then capping some medical debt issues. Those were her three primary policy focuses. The housing issue, I think, is going to be tricky with local governments. And so it doesn't impact the county directly, but one of the proposals for promoting housing, promoting affordable housing is to restrict cities and townships' ability to zone certain things, to allow developers by right to put multiple units on a parcel, to make it harder to restrict things based on size of a lot, size of square footage, et cetera. And so there's been some bipartisan support of that so far. The zoning administrators, like the cities, townships, are opposing it, but the governor did seemingly endorse the proposal in her speech last night. And so I think we will see some action on that in the next few weeks. But the other big one that will impact the county, the Republican response to the State of the State, was to unveil a fairly wide-ranging property tax reform proposal. And I'll run through that quick, and we can talk about how that may impact the county. It would eliminate 4 different parts of property tax. I guess one of them is not exactly property tax, but it would eliminate the state education tax, which is just 6 mills that everybody pays on their real property. It would eliminate the real estate transfer tax. As you may know, that's $8.60 per $1,000 of a real estate transaction, and out of that $8.60, $1.10 goes to the county. So that would have an impact on the county. They're also talking about eliminating the so-called pop-up tax. When you sell a piece of property, it pops up to what the actual SEV is when the new owner takes possession. And then lastly, they're talking about eliminating the personal property tax that our electric and gas utilities pay. I'll save that one for the last one, but the other 3 have direct impact, on a lot of the stuff that we deal with at the county level. And I guess the personal property tax does as well. But the speaker has said that he's got a plan to replace almost all of that revenue. All of the education revenue would be replaced dollar per dollar. And his proposal is about a $350 million total reduction that would be going to local governments. Very little details yet. On the personal property tax for utility side of things, that would impact local governments as well as you guys collect that money and sort of the, the townships and cities. But the idea there is that it would require a rollback in the rates we pay for electricity. Through the Public Service Commission, every dollar that utilities pay in this tax just goes right into the rate. They get complete cost recovery on their taxes. And so it's about $1 billion a year that they pay in personal property tax. So in theory, it would automatically reduce the cost of your electric bill, statewide. And so the revenue replacement is tricky, and it's not perfectly clear yet. The speaker has called for a service tax, a service sales tax on what he considers to be luxury services. Right now, we pay our 6% on goods, but we don't pay it on services. And so the list that he shared was things like limo services, private jets, golf, downhill skiing, marinas, and several other things. But if you add up what all of those things would equal, it's nowhere close to the $5 billion plus that he's talking about. So the list must be significantly longer. It hasn't been released yet. And I'm sure once it is, there'll be a lot of parsing from all the different groups that may be impacted. But the goal is to impose this new 6% sales tax on luxury services to backfill all of the money that the schools would be losing through this property tax reform and most of the money that local governments would be losing. That's my quick and dirty summary, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
All right, thank you, Bob. Yeah, we'll go around the horn once here for any quick questions. Go for it, Joe.
Just two comments. First one would be on that zoning reform thing that you mentioned. I assume that Ottawa County and our local units will strongly oppose that particular description since it will be removing local control.
I would assume so. While I haven't checked in with the local townships, the groups that represent them, Michigan Townships Association, Michigan Municipal League, very, very opposed to this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'd be strongly opposed to it as well. It's a very bad idea to start eroding local control even more than we've seen in the last couple of years. Second one was I did hear about the property tax reform ideas. Love what I'm hearing so far. I think some big changes that could in the long run be very positive. Heard some other ideas. I won't go into them right now, but I think long term, the more we can move towards more of a consumption-based, at least in theory, consumption-based tax, and the more growth than we see in our state as people seek to stay instead of leave, I think that will actually increase or has the potential to increase long term. So great reform ideas, definitely support it.
I think the devil will be in the details. The analysis that I've seen is if you taxed every service, it would raise about $10 million a year. And so the speaker's trying to get about halfway there.
Right.
And so it's going to be the parsing of the list will be the controversial part. And I'm sure there will be some negotiation. But I would say that even the initial reaction from the Democrats has been neutral to positive. And so I do think this will be a large topic of conversation at Lansing this year.
Thank you. Anyone else for Bob? Allison? Yeah, go for it.
That was the big one for me too. I'm really curious to continue seeing more conversation there. Read Speaker Matt Hall's information that he's put out publicly so far. So that will definitely be something that I want to continue to follow. Do you know if our state is looking at any other states that are currently scoring better for literacy? Do you know much about the education piece?
So the little bit I do know, there seems to be some of the Republican pushback on this idea is that, the government solution isn't always the best solution, right? And so the part of this issue is getting the kids into universal preschool. So it's where the teachers can get to the kids sooner. But I've got 4 kids. It was the reading that we did before they ever got to school that made the biggest deal. And there's not really a government solution to that. And so I have heard Mississippi as a good example of somebody that was down in the 40s in the last couple of years and is up in the top 10 now. I don't have a lot of details on exactly what they did, but that has been kicked around as an example that we may be looking to follow.
Yep. I echo the at home is really where it needs to be taking place about increasing our literacy and educating that the home is usually typically the best way to effect change. Do you know how much is still being looked at with cell phones in classrooms?
So the governor did sign a law just in the last couple of weeks that removes cell phones from the classrooms. So that every school must have a policy that bans students from having cell phones on their person. So that could be, doesn't mean they can't bring them to school necessarily, keep them in their locker. A lot of schools have these cell phone caddies. You know, when you walk in the room, you gotta put them in the thing. But that is now state law. There is no cell phones allowed on a student's, body during class time.
It'll be very interesting to look at data that's collected on that with mental health, as well as education, and looking at even the effects on potentially literacy. Now, it's not going to be
Sure.
able to just measure it all in one thing because there's going to be multiple things happening at once, but be very interesting to hear from experiences from both parents as well as educators on that.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Commissioner Berry?
Just a comment, I guess. Just looking at this in fiscal year 24-25, state of Michigan had an $83 billion budget compared to the budget in 2018 of the previous governor was 56.8 billion. So that's a 45% increase in spending since 2018. There's a old saying, it's not a taxing problem, it's a spending problem, I think, but.
That's right.
Thank you, Jim. Anyone else?
Just
Bob, oh,
Just a question.
Yeah.
I heard someone said recently that Michigan is last out of 50 states for education outcomes. Is that accurate?
I don't know. The stat I saw this morning as I was preparing for this was that 44th in literacy, early childhood literacy.
Okay.
I think education outcomes can be measured a bunch of different ways. So I'm sure that you're not wrong, but we're not doing great in literacy is where I'm at least comfortable saying that.
Need some change.
Yes,
thank you, Bob.
for sure.
I just have one thing real quick.
Yeah.
So that education, the reading literacy thing, it's kind of striking to me, having had a child who was, little during COVID, and he's now in 5th grade. I just think a lot of formative years happened, during school shutdowns and all of that. So just wondering if there has been any conversation in education on how do we come around and help those kids? Because there might be some reasons why that particular group is scoring so poorly. So I don't know if that's.
I can try to keep track of that for you. It hasn't been out in public yet, but I relate. I mean, I had a second grader, first grader, and kindergartner when the schools shut down. And it was not the easiest years to try to do school from home for a little while. And I'm sure that's a pretty universal experience for those parents.
Yep. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Interest of time, we're going to move on to item B, Treasurer's Office's annual report. Cheryl, are you in the audience? You are. Thank you for your patience. Welcome to in the house. Yes. Mr. Berry has to catch a flight. Thank you.
Yeah, I made some changes to it. What's that? It will be, yes. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to present the 2025 annual report for the Ottawa County Treasurer's Office. New copies are being passed out. I found an error, and I also included an additional page in the report that was submitted earlier. So this report provides an overview of our core responsibilities, collection, compliance, and certification, and highlights the impact of our work on the financial health of Ottawa County. So this is in page 4 of your, I'm just going to go through a few of the things that were in my report, just highlighting a few of the graphs and so that I can explain them to you. The bulk of our revenue is from interest earned on investments, and the bulk of our expenses is personnel. Okay. This is our revenue collection, as the Treasurer's Office is responsible for the revenue for the county. In 2025, there was over 408.691 million in revenue collected and 365,807 in receipts that were processed. And in 2024, there was over 310.846 million in revenue collected and 372,430 in receipts processed. So you can see that we took in more revenue in 2025 and processed less receipts than we did in 2024. This is the property tax collection calendar, and I'm highlighting this because, as you can see, there are several months within this calendar where we are dealing with more than 1 year's taxes at a time. Like in January, we have 23, 22, and 21 taxes. This is the second half of the calendar. So that's on page 6 of your report. And on page 7, property tax collection. In March, the delinquent real property taxes are purchased by the county using the delinquent tax revolving fund. And by maintaining the delinquent tax revolving fund, the county can avoid borrowing money to purchase these delinquent taxes. As tax payments come in, the fund is replenished, which takes several years. In 2025, we distributed over 7.5 million in taxing to the taxing entities and assumed the debt for 2,844 parcels. In 2024, we distributed over 7.505 million to taxing entities and assumed the debt for 2,949 parcels. We paid out more to the taxing entities in 2025, but assumed the debt took in less parcels. On page 8 of your report, this is going more about the property tax collection, our responsibilities compared to our initiatives. Our responsibilities are issuing receipts, replenishing the delinquent tax revolving fund, processing adjustments to prior years' delinquent taxes, which we have to do up to 20 years. We have to do adjustments that far. Managing annual forfeiture and foreclosure process and acting as the foreclosing government unit. Our initiatives are to meet with taxpayers to discuss and understand their financial situations, developing payment plans for them, utilizing monthly ACH withdrawals from their bank accounts, referring taxpayers to resources that assist them with payment of bills and taxes, and granting 1-year and 5-year extensions. Our goal is to help taxpayers get their taxes paid, not to foreclose on them. So this is on page 10, penal fine collection. Penal fine distribution system supports public libraries. The county treasurer's office receives penal fines from each court and then distributes those fine funds plus interest earned to each library every year. This pie chart shows the amount that was paid to each library within the county. And as you can see, Herrick District Library in Holland was the largest library to receive the funds. Municipal civil infraction. This is on page 11 of your report. We are the Municipal Civil Infractions Bureau for the county. We collect the violation tickets issued by the Ottawa County Parks and Recreation, Environmental Health, Water Resources Commission, and the Sheriff's Animal Control. Less tickets were issued in 2025, and therefore less fines were collected. So, page 12 and 13 talks about our investments in the compliance portion of my report. The investment activity through fiscal year 2025 complied with the investment policy. And as you know, you've seen this graph in my reports that I give every month. So this is pages 13 and 14 of your report. The portfolio achieved 3.587% annual return for the year, outperforming the blended benchmark rate of 3.2%. Interest earnings totaled $3,915,916, which is less than last year. But there were 4 rate cuts by the Fed, if you remember. So we did earn less. To maintain liquidity, approximately $35.56 million was laddered over a 5-year period with an average maturity rate of 0.5014 years, which is well within our 3-year policy limit. In 2025, we managed 35 bank accounts for the county with an additional 23 bank accounts for the road commission. Bank fees were higher. We did move Brinks fees. They used to be under contracted services. Now they're considered bank fees. And we also purchased some credit card machines, which came out of this expense account also. Dog and kennel license certification. We sell 1- and 3-year licenses. They're available year-round at both of our treasurer's offices, one here in West Olive and in Grand Haven. I'm sorry, this is on page 19 of the report. We also have partner locations at townships and cities throughout the county and through veterinarians' offices and the Harbor Humane Society. License fees help track vaccination compliance and reunite lost dogs with owners, which we just had done yesterday. We had somebody who found a dog yesterday and they called our office with the tag number and we were able to reunite them with their owner. In 2025, dog license revenue totaled $161,367, which is down. And to address this, our office is expanding our outreach and partnerships. And this is one of the ways that we are expanding our outreach and partnerships. If you see on the left, sorry, the right-hand side, we created this flyer and distributed it. One of my staff members distributed it to the veterinarian offices and township and city offices and Harbor Humane Society. And we included our QR code on there so that people can purchase the dog license rate while they're seeing this flyer. Because we don't have every township and city or every veterinarian office in the county selling licenses for us, we're hoping that this will help generate more license revenue and remind dog owners that responsible pet ownership is to get their dog license. Every year we publish the top 10 dog names and dog breeds, and this was the list for 2025. On page 21, tax certification. We do delinquent property tax searches, and we do a tax certification. Delinquent property tax searches include a documented paid tax status verification of delinquent tax status, historical tax roll amounts, and including if paid or not, and legal descriptions. A tax certification is done on documents conveying property when they are recorded and on land divisions that are done through the townships and cities. This chart breaks down the online tax search requests compared to the ones that we have received in the mail. This was the page that I added to the report. This is page 22. Testimonials. I included this because being the tax collector, you don't often get a lot of praise or a lot of thank yous, but we did receive these throughout the year, and so I wanted to highlight how hard our team has been working to help and support taxpayers in our county. I'd like to read one of them. This was from a family of a taxpayer. My family is sincerely grateful to the taxpayer or to the treasurer's office for preventing the foreclosure of my sister's home. Your support gave her the stability to seek counseling and gave us the time we needed to gather the funds for her back taxes. Thank you for making such a meaningful difference. This is the treasurer's office team. And I would like to take this time to thank them for their hard work, their collaborative spirit, their professionalism and dedication. Looking ahead, we have 3 goals. Expand tax foreclosure prevention, continue to actively promote the 5-year tax foreclosure avoidance payment reduction program and other hardship assistance programs. Our goal is to reduce the number of properties entering foreclosure by providing flexible payment solutions and connecting taxpayers with available resources. This is just something I wanted to highlight. We are going into, we'll be having tomorrow, having our foreclosure court hearing. Currently, we have 200 properties going into foreclosure. It is my goal to get that number down. Normally, we have only foreclosed on 9 parcels. So that is going to be my job for the next month, is going to these homes and businesses that have delinquent taxes and working on getting them on some payment plans and withholding them from foreclosure. The other goal is to increase dog licensing compliance. To improve public safety and welfare, animal welfare, we will expand our outreach efforts like that flyer that we produced, and including partnering with the local veterinarians in townships and cities. And review and adjust our fee structures. There are some fees that we charge that we're going to look over and see if they need to be adjusted as to how much we are actually paying for these costs. And one of them is we charge an NSF fee. If somebody bounces a check or we do a payment withdrawal from their bank account and the money is not there, then we charge a fee. So one of the things that I'm going to look at is to see how much we are actually charged by the bank for these kinds of fees, and then maybe possibly increase that fee that we charge in return to cover our costs. Any questions?
All right, thank you, Cheryl. Yeah, thank you very much. I know we've got a couple questions. What is the timer at?
11:13?
Okay.
What was it, 11?
No, 13 minutes. We're shooting for 10, not too bad.
Sorry.
Joe, it's a good start. We're working our way to it. Joe, Commissioner Moss.
I'll keep it short then. Thank you, Cheryl. I guess I'd just like to read the second testimonial. I'm glad you added that to the documentation, because it is important to show taxpayers that the county is really trying to work on their behalf. The second one said, "It is such a relief to know the treasurer's office handled my payment honestly and returned the extra amount. Thank you for your fairness and transparency."
Yes,
So
yeah.
thank you, and thanks to the staff.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, good. Cheryl, thank you very much.
I did have a question. I don't know if you want me to give an update on the Pung versus Isabella
Yes.
case.
That'd be
That's
yeah.
in the Supreme Court. I have my Chief Deputy, Jason, is here, and while I was here for this meeting, he was listening to an update from the attorney on that, so he'll give that.
All right, yeah, please do.
Thank you.
Jason.
Yeah, so Ted Seitz did give he was there. He sat in the audience during the Supreme Court hearing yesterday. Some of the highlights that he went over, he felt that the arguments went really well. Most of the justices seemed to have a strong reaction to the fair market value. I don't know if you remember the Pung case in particular, but essentially Pung versus Isabella County, a family member died. The executor of that house obviously didn't live there, didn't pay their PRE tax, or their PRE, excuse me. So it was about $2,000. The house went into foreclosure and then was sold at auction, and was sold at auction for around, don't quote me on this, but around $70K. A year later, it was sold for $150K, or so, a lot more money. So the Pung family felt that they were owed that fair market value. So that was really the crux of the case. And one of the things to remember is that when the house was sold at auction for $70K, it had been abandoned and there was water damage and it was not in great shape and it was not their primary residence. And then when it was sold a year later, it was obviously fixed up. But that wasn't brought up in the case particularly. But the justices were really hung up on that fair market value. They didn't feel like that was really anything that they needed to tackle, and how would they make that national if they ruled on that. So that was kind of a feeling that the attorneys were getting. And there was also a real sense of why are we doing this? So it was really a positive for the county in that sense. The feeling is, and this is Ted's feeling, is that most likely it will be remanded back, which was kind of what we were all hoping for. We won't know. They're going to go into, they're going to conference on Friday, and they'll have some discussion. And then there's going to be some more briefs. Or not briefs, articles coming out, lawyers that actually sit there and know the justices. But he was able to sit there, and if you can listen to the case, but obviously there's no video in the Supreme Court, but he was there and he definitely got a lot of the facial reactions and could tell us kind of how they were reacting to every question. And the justice really didn't ask a lot of questions towards the Isabella County side, which is actually, Ted felt was very good. They kind of already knew what they wanted, and you don't want to kind of keep bringing things up. If the justices feel good with how you're handling it, they're going to, so he felt that was good. So the overall feeling of it was positive for county side. Obviously, I think the justices really asked, what would happen if we ruled on this, and it would obviously upend our entire property tax system, and not in a good way. And I think Justice Jackson really brought it up, saying this was really the fault of the taxpayer for not paying a $2,000 tax and really taking it all the way to the end here, and could have just paid it and been done with it, or sold a house for fair market value on their own. So it's really, I felt overall, Ted felt it was pretty positive for us on this one. So.
Thank you. When would we anticipate the decision?
Before June.
Okay. When they're out. Yep, there you go.
That's the
Fair
Supreme
enough.
Court. You never know what they're going to do. They're going to do what they want to do.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And thank you, Cheryl, very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Up next, Public Health 2025 Annual Report presented by Adeline Hambley, Public Health Officer. Adeline, take it away.
Hello again. I'm going to wait for Chris. She's my Vanna clicker today, so
Oh, all
hopefully my timer doesn't start yet. If you have a laptop, if in the packet, it is a PDF. And on that very first page, it'll say like view interactive report. If you click on that, it will open up the interactive report, which is what we're going to click through.
There it is right there. All right, we still have a quorum, so we're still meeting, but we're lingering here. Numbers are dropping. Oh, yeah. Those of us who are left drew the straw, short straw.
I should feel insulted.
No,
Short
we
straw.
have the privilege of being here to, yeah, you're right. I should say that better.
You tell him, you tell him.
I should have.
Yeah, this is what should open up if you click on that link on the first page. Okay, I'll wait till you tell me.
I think we're good. I think you'll be
Okay, all right. So I'm here to walk you through our 2025 annual report, which highlights some of the work we accomplished throughout the year. As I just said, the report was shared in the meeting packet as a PDF, but on the first page, there is a link to see it. It says view the interactive report desktop that will allow you to see the interactive report. And it's designed as an interactive online document. If you are looking at the report on your phone, it's recommended to click the PDF and scroll through that way because all the functionality doesn't work well on mobile. So it's designed to be interactive. And so one of my goals today, in addition to covering some of key highlights for the past year, is to briefly show you, or actually have Chris show you, how the desktop version works. You can explore it some more on your own. So the theme of this year's report is advancing public health through innovation. And I think you'll see that theme reflected in across the work we did this year. To set the stage, so 2025 was a year of intentional focus for our department. The past several years have challenged our staff and stretched our resources, but it did not diminish our commitment to serving Ottawa County residents. In 2025, we launched a one-year strategic plan. It was deliberate choice to do just 1 year. It gave us the space to stabilize. And Chris, I think you need to scroll down, go to the next. If you scroll all the way down, sorry. You have to scroll. And then it will say the strategic plan. I'll take you to the next part. There you go. Thanks. So this gave us a chance to stabilize and also to get our strategic plan cycle aligned with our 3-year accreditation cycle. So moving forward, our strategic plans will be 3 years, and the next one will run 2026 to 2028, which will align nice with the county strategic plan cycle as well. So the plan was shaped directly by our staff and community through surveys, organizational assessments, and listening sessions with consultant support. And that collaborative process identified 3 priorities. First, strengthening connection and collaboration within our public health team. Second, strengthening connection and collaboration within our community. And third, using data to tell the public health story. So these priorities didn't replace our ongoing work. They pushed us toward new levels of excellence, innovation, and collaboration. To track all of the strategic work mentioned in this report, we built an interactive dashboard accessible to all teams. Staff submitted projects through an integrated form that connected their work directly to our departmental goals, and that dashboard transformed the strategic plan from an aspirational document into an actionable, accountable tool. So let me briefly walk you through some of the priorities. Priority 1 recognizes that exceptional public health service begins with well-supported, connected team. So we focused on improving communication, employee development and support, and performance management and updating our practices and policies. The employee net promoter score, which I believe is the next one. Yeah, cool, thank you. Or it's called the ENPS. This measures how likely our employees are to recommend Ottawa County Department of Public Health as a great place to work. Beginning in 2024, we invited all staff to participate in quarterly pulse surveys, and early 2024 scores were low, even negative during 1 quarter, which was difficult to see, but was important data, and it directly informed our strategic planning, excuse me. In response, we implemented employee-led committees, improved our feedback channels, and expanded professional development. So over the past 6 quarters, our ENPS has steadily improved to its highest point to date, and I think the trajectory tells a clear story of listening and responding to our staff. Public Health Wins survey is the only national survey of the government public health workers. OCDPH participated in the 2024 survey alongside nearly 160,000 workers across 48 states. The results are helpful to understand staff perspectives while developing the strategic plan. Under Priority 1, we also launched 3 key projects. A monthly staff newsletter to keep our 100+ team members connected. A new interactive staff portal in SharePoint, replacing our outdated intranet that is interactive and provides easy access to information. And our Joy in Work initiative, which are 3 employee-led committees focused on team unity, well-being, and professional growth. Each committee includes members from multiple programs and gives staff a direct voice into shaping the workplace. Priority 2 focuses on making our services more accessible and building understanding and trust within the community we serve. 2 main focuses are improving public health access and awareness and building trust and raising awareness through relationships. These are essential to positive public health outcomes. They create conditions that allow us to meet people where they are. And I'll highlight just a few stories in this priority. So in 2025, we launched an online appointment scheduling module or feature on our website for sexual health and travel immunization services, moving away from our previous phone-only system. Phone-only scheduling creates an invisible barrier that prevents some people from accessing care. And the new system lets community members submit appointment requests at any time and choose how we follow up with them. Since excuse me, we've received 73 sexual health appointment requests and 326 travel immunization requests, serving 508 travelers. Our staff also attended 94 community outreach events, connecting directly with more than 5,400 community members. We introduced simple but important innovation for those outreach events, which is a QR code that attendees can scan to submit questions. So if our staff is at an event and can't answer something on the spot, the community members can now have an immediate path to get accurate information from the right division. We also began surveying clinic patients after their appointments in August of 2025. The feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. Our clinic's Net Promoter Score has consistently remained in the 90s with an overall 2025 score of 91, which is excellent for any health clinic and gives us some real-time data to continuously improve. A few other highlights in priority 2 that you'll find in the report is the Ottawa County Real Estate Work Group, which several of you are familiar with, resulted in some meaningful program improvements, including enhanced reporting, addition of optional water testing for contaminants like PFAS, and development of educational materials for certain property types. Our food safety program established its Food Safety Management Advisory Committee to promote food safety through partnerships between local restaurant leaders and public health staff. The committee formalized bylaws and elected a restaurant manager as chair. They developed a restaurant resilience class. It's a free training course created in partnership with local restaurant leaders. We also created online food safety training modules at their request that reached 161 restaurant employees across 366 training sessions in fiscal year 25. Ottawa Food resumed operations after a 1-year budget pause and completed a new community-driven strategic plan for 2025 through 2028. The priorities were determined through input from countywide survey, as well as focus groups with key community members, including farmers and senior citizens. Priority 3, the key focus areas for this priority were to improve our data systems and workflows and to show the public health story. It recognizes the effective public health depends on strong data systems and a commitment to sharing what we know, pardon me, in a way that's easy to understand. So we made significant progress on what we call building the data story, which is centralizing and visualizing data across our across our diverse programs. We now have a unified platform that provides leadership with consistent, accessible data for decision-making, reducing the ad hoc reporting requests that used to pull supervisors away from their daily tasks. Looking ahead to fiscal year 26, we plan to move beyond our outputs. How much? We need to kind of build those dashboards first and measuring that to moving into measuring the impact of how well. With demand for vaccine exemption education growing to over 1,150 appointments in 2025, we adopted the state's new MyWave program. I know I've been here before to speak on that. This lets parents complete the required education online at their own pace before coming in for signatures. It reduces appointment time significantly and provides families with greater flexibility. We have completed building the internal systems and for scheduling and testing, and the full website integration should go live this week. The real estate transfer evaluation dashboard, this kind of came out of the work group as well, developed a dashboard to provide transparency around our report processing time. This is a public-facing version. It's launched. It's live on the website on the Real Estate Services page. We also modernized our school illness reporting system. Michigan law requires that K through 12 schools report weekly illness data to local health departments. So we replaced the outdated system with an automated solution. So there are automated reminders that go to the schools, pre-filled data fields, template communications with health resources, and streamlined access for our staff. So the report also includes our 2025 financials. So those are in there as well. And if you remember from previous reports, we provide program statistics comparing year over year. So there are detailed statistics for each program, and every division is in the report as well for you to click through. So before I wrap up, if I have, I'd like to encourage you, if you haven't already, to take a moment to navigate the report. It's pretty neat. And it was designed for the desktop. So yeah, try not to view it on your phones, use your laptop. And then I think you'll find that it's pretty neat and the visuals are pretty engaging and there's some great information in there. So as we move into 2026, we'll continue to build on this foundation, and many of these things have carried over into the 26 through 28 strategic plan. I want to thank our staff for the work that they've done this year, and all of you for continued support. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you, Adeline. Any questions up here? Bill, before.
I know we talked about this before, and the realtors talked to us on the well and septic inspection. Sometimes if it's elderly or low income, you know, they can't afford to do it to sell their house. Is there any assistance for that out there when that you know of, or that?
Not that I'm aware of, no. Now, what like realtors may work through with their clients, I'm not sure, but I'm not aware of any specific funding source or grant source for it.
Maybe it's something that, yeah, sometimes there's so many grants out there that we miss one here. and there.
What's that issue, Phil? I don't understand the question.
Sometimes when, with like like elderly couple or low income, if they want to sell their house, they come in, they inspect their well and septic, and it's got to both be redone. They can't afford it, so they can't really afford to sell their house, and the realtor kind of stalls out. So sometimes there might be assistance for low income or seniors. So there might be grants out there that we could be missing. And
You're talking about for like the repair side of things.
yeah, just something to mention and look at.
Mhm.
Thanks.
Anybody else? Joe? Yeah.
Yeah, just a couple quick ones. I've been curious about the restaurant inspections for a long time and meant to ask. I always see those emails come out, and it's always surprising, like it just continues to find violations. Do you have any comments on like how it's going in general? Like, do the restaurant owners like really take it seriously? That's kind of my question.
No, I think it's variable, and I think sometimes, you know, for everybody that's gone out to eat, you can get a good sense of probably what's going on in the back from your experience in the front.
Mhm.
It's usually, you know, if it's you have great service and it's really clean, and chances are their kitchen is run the same way. So it's a good indicator. I think part of what the industry as a whole struggles with, at least what we're hearing from our restaurant owners, is there's a really high turnover rate, or and there's not a lot of places that have, you know, like 20-year folks in their kitchens, and some do. But that turnover rate and makes it a challenge, I think, for them to maintain all the time. There's a lot of like training, which is part of, I think, where that request for the work group, those mainly what was coming out of there is you'll see like the training requests, online modules, that resilience training. So yeah, it's kind of a challenging industry. And then there's a lot of complex different things that we'll run into things that restaurants try to do new and interest, like sous vide, you know, where they boil, they kind of seal plastic and they cook it that way. There's like new culinary sort of processes and procedures also, which can complicate things. But it is, yeah, it's a complex operation with potentially high turnover. So yeah.
It's interesting. Thank you.
Mhm.
I had one other quick comment and then a question on kind of vape nicotine. So the MyWave looks really good. I like how there's a whole lot of instructions on like the landing page
Mhm.
for, you know, getting started. I noticed it still requires like coming in to formally sign the forms. Is there no way to do that online through the MyWave program?
No, right now that's a requirement in the state law
Okay.
that they have to come in and have that signature. So I think what we landed on, and this may be adjusted because we haven't done this before, is a 15-minute signature appointment that essentially like the nurse kind of comes up and does it. So we're trying to not make it super long, but right now the law requires that component.
Well, I like how clear it is on the website, so that's good. I guess my last question is just in general on, you know, we had seen increases in vaping, seemed like maybe it was decreasing, and we've seen I think decrease in nicotine use. Can you speak to some of that as at least as far as what you're seeing?
Has Tim come, Tim is kind of our expert. This is his whole thing in our health education department. I thought he was maybe here before, but he would be the one to speak on that. I think maybe it's been a few years because I remember him bringing the different types of vape that people like, excuse me, that people can bring in, kids were using in school. So it looks like a highlighter. I don't remember if that rings any bells. It's been a long time. Maybe it's been a couple of years, I think. But I would really, if you want kind of like to dig into the details, I would really recommend him coming because they do see an increase and there's a lot of, like the flavors and that appeal to kids and that are younger, under 18 and or under 21 now. And also, there isn't as much information out there that I don't know that the risks are as recognized as smoking a cigarette. So it is a problem that there's increasing numbers. I know we hear from the schools that they have a problem because they confiscate them and then they're not sure what to do with them, both because of the battery making them hazardous to dispose of, as well as nicotine is a hazardous substance, like is it classified as a hazardous waste? So that's also an issue. But I'm sure he would love to come and he could bring some of those things that have been confiscated. So it is a vape that looks like highlighters or things like that that you can smuggle in to schools and whatnot. So, yeah.
Be interesting. I
Yeah.
know there was, a push to kind of like try to regulate some of the
The flavors.
flavored
Yeah.
stuff and things. There's been work done to try to, do more education in schools or put in monitors or whatever. So
Mhm.
just be interesting to hear an update at some point.
Like anecdotally, my daughter's a freshman and she's like, there'll be people in the bathrooms like with their vape pens and stuff. So
Yeah, it's
I definitely think it's an issue, but I'm sure Tim, it's very interesting, some of the stuff that he has too from what they've confiscated that I'm sure he'd love to come.
Thank you. Commissioner Teeples.
So thank you for the report. There's so much going on in your department that I didn't realize you were doing all those things. And so I appreciate that. The priority number 3, maybe you can just the building data story. Maybe you could fill us in a little bit more on that. And then could you explain the real estate transfer evaluation program? What is that?
Yeah, so Ottawa County, we were the first in the state, and I think we're one of 11 counties. So in our environmental regulations, so it's required if you sell or a home in Ottawa County or a business that's served by well and septic, it has to be inspected by our department prior to the change in ownership. And so the reason, I think it's been, I might misspeak, early 80s. That it's been in effect. And essentially it was to allow some assessment of the function of these systems because I think that we've discussed before the statewide sanitary code that kind of keeps getting reintroduced on a statewide level. And part of that was because, that statewide sanitary code is doing this like inspection schedule. Every 10 years, if you have a well and septic, it needs to be inspected. We felt, and I should say the predecessors, because I wasn't here in like the 81 or whatever, but that having that inspection to check functionality is really valuable for protection of health and but having it set when there's home is getting sold is a much better time. There's lots of home inspections that are happening. There's usually money on the table for negotiations than some sort of routine inspection process. So in Ottawa, that is a requirement. It's not across the state. And I would say it's been really, really effective. We have we hover right around 20%, I would say, for septic systems that need some sort of correction from that inspection. And a few years back, Barry Eaton implemented a similar sort of program for the first time after never having one. And I think they were seeing like 60% was where they were running. So I think it is helpful and impactful for kind of getting us to check that functionality, but at a time when it's at least invasive. And then for the data story, yes. So did you have a specific question or?
I'm just trying to follow it, and I'm not sure I did.
Well, some of it is trying to make, we collect lots and lots and lots of data. We have lots of statistics, both like internal on our operations and how that is useful and for the community to others understand our programs or to make decisions on. So I would say a couple of things that, like the one that was mentioned, was the real estate program. If you go to that, our website, the real estate website, you'll see there's a live dashboard that updates from, we were testing them internally to make sure our counts and our data were accurate. But now we can have it on the real estate webpage, and it shows like the average wait time, essentially how long it's taking from application to finish for real estate to happen. That was one of the things that came out of that work group, was wanting that information so that they can make decisions and plan their application, or at least know how long the wait is expected to be. Another one is on the website, was creating a dashboard of for the respiratory illness. We do a weekly respiratory illness report, but it's like a PDF report link that gets put on there. And so they worked over the year to build like what visualization of that. So now if you go to our website, you'll see the 3 that we are tracking. So flu, COVID, and RSV. Yes, RSV. And then it will kind of, it codes each one in red, yellow, or green, and tells you if it's increasing in the community or in Ottawa County, staying the same or decreasing, just so people kind of know what the trends are. So helping to visualize what, instead of a long PDF data report of numbers. Yeah, welcome.
Anyone else? Sorry, Allison, yes.
Yeah, I'll start on that one. I just wanted to say, great job on that real estate transfer evaluation dashboard and that coming out of that work group, because you took a problem that you were hearing, that a potential issue of maybe communication lapse, and now really geared it towards working together. And I think that will be very beneficial. So hopefully that's what you'll continue hearing. Second, just want to say whoever put all the visuals together, that was really well done. It was very easy to look through, and it was engaging, and it made it fun to read through.
Yay, I love hearing that.
So that was wonderful. Another thing I just want to tap on very shortly here regarding vaccines. When people have questions, when the community has questions, I won't go into lots of detail, but there was when Dr. Gwen came here at the last one and she invited questions from the community, I think you saw some questions that were brought, or at least she did, hopefully she passed them on to you, questions that were just asking questions to understand the process more. And I just want to encourage you and your staff to never be afraid to answer questions of the processes that you have in place. Take pride in what you currently have. And if people have questions about that, I think you should be able to just provide the information without telling them that they have to go through a FOIA process. And so when someone comes up to the podium and says, we invite questions from the community, own that, right? And just be very upfront with people and be willing to answer their questions without making them feel like they have to mistrust public health. We want to work alongside of each other, and there might be some differences sometimes of opinions, but just own what the processes are and then allow input from board members if there's maybe suggestions to how to improve. So again, there's a lot of good work that's happening in public health. Thank you for telling your story through the use of the presentation. And so thanks for your work.
Anyone else? No? All right, I'll just close it out. I want to say
Timer
kudos.
did I make
Yeah,
it?
you did a great job. Well, and the presentation, no, you were great. I'll just add, the turnaround time on those well inspections being 9 business days is incredible. Kudos to you and your staff. I recently, in my day job, had an interaction with, I believe it was Andrew Priest,
Yeah.
and he did a phenomenal job on a septic inspection for
amazing.
one of my clients. So I appreciate you guys. And then I wanted to just say as well, the immunization component of what you do for our residents who travel abroad. Myself experienced that on several mission trips that I've gone on, to come in and have you review what's going on in the country that I'm headed to. is just a great service to the community. So thank you for that.
Welcome.
That's all I
Thank
got.
you.
All right, I believe we are wrapping it up with veterans. Da-da-da-da. Jason, are you in the audience? All right. Jason, take all the time you need.
Actually, I got about a minute
Excellent.
because I planned for 9 minutes to walk up. So I was a lot quicker than my original
It's just some
plan.
walk-up music, I think.
9-minute walk-up music.
All right. So always a pleasure. Thanks for having me. Talk about FY '25. Exciting year, '25. It was my first full year as the director. It was our first year of getting our team put together. We brought Caleb and Alan in the middle of the year. So we have our dedicated veteran service officer and our outreach specialist, which has made a huge impact on the team. Technology improvements. We continue to work internally with our IT to develop new innovative systems for us to work. So we're more engaged with our community and we have ways to track data. And I know it's important. So realize every single day we are aware that we have some worth that we need to prove. So we're working on that data for you. And lastly is our community relationship building. And most folks sitting in this room have had an opportunity to attend at least one of our events or a resource fair. I know the chair did in Grand Haven, and it was a phenomenal event. So we're going to talk through that a little bit more as we go, but we can go to the next one, please. You didn't give me the clicker? Where's the clicker? Yeah, I got it. Mine's not interactive. I actually have to do it. Next one, please. All right, a little bit about the numbers. So in '25, we were able to assist with 681 veteran service officer appointments. Our bride requests actually have increased over 24 to 25. We're providing more transportation assistance, not only in the number of rides, but in the number of veterans that we're assisting. So that's a unique stat to look at sometimes because we'll have a veteran that may need 6 weeks of transportation. Our rides go up, but the veterans go down. But we're actually seeing an increase in both, which is really good. Burial assistance sadly went up, but we were able to assist over 25 more veterans and families with burial assistance in '25 than '24. And it's also, we did raise the amount from the 300 to the 600. So that shows an increase in the monetary benefit going out. Our resource fair, we had just over 220 veteran attendees plus their families. So I think we were at a little over 300, which was about a 40 veteran increase from the year before when we were in Holland, which is a pretty good one. Our 38,000 in the Michigan Veterans Trust Fund last year. And then we also, our outreach, our social media efforts reached about 275,000 people. Next slide, please. So I'm really going to dig into the GDX because I just really feel like this is a really good measuring stick for what we do at the federal level. And the GDX breaks it all the way down to the county. The only thing that's really unfortunate about the GDX is it's a year behind. So we're looking at this year's GDX is actually 24 numbers, which I'm okay with because it's finalized and it's true data. It's the expenditures that went out, all the checks have been cashed. So it's really good, reliable data to look at. The GDX did break down a few more sections this year. So we will have some more data points moving forward, which I'm excited about. Next slide, please. Yeah, it's just a really good, boring Excel spreadsheet for you, but there's a few things to really kind of look at, and we're going to break them down a little bit further. Really, if we look at the changes year over year from 23 to 24, Ottawa County has increased in every single category except for the education. which is actually going to be a focus for us in 2026, right? So this is a good SWOT, really, to identify a weakness, and that weakness is, we're not spending as much money in the education sector as we traditionally do. With the big change, though, if you look at the total expenditures of 13%, we'll break that down. Next slide, please. So this is the amount of money in compensation that's coming into the county by category. Our biggest ones when we think of how we truly affect veterans is their compensation and pensions. And we've increased $4.7 million, a little over 6.8% from 23 to 24. And again, with the education, we're just down a couple of percentage points, but we have an opportunity to help educate the community. We have a really good partnership coming up with Grand Valley. They've been working really hard to collaborate with us as a department, so we'll have some time now on campus monthly to spend with students and families to help them navigate the education system and how to get their post 9/11 GI Bill money as well.
Jason,
Yes.
just quick question. Do you have any 2025 estimates on some of those numbers? Just curious.
I really don't, not
No,
at
you gotta wait
that high
until-
level. I can,
Okay.
the county stuff I can break down for you, but it's trending up, I can tell you that.
That's
So,
what I thought.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Where are we at? Next slide, please. Just kind of breaks down really in comparison to West Michigan, and we look at the other counties. So, which I don't really do a good job of patting myself on the back or the team, but if you look at the difference between our growth in comparison to our neighboring counties, it's actually phenomenal. Especially when you look at Kent, because Kent's been beating us for a few years in what they do. So for us to really increase that is really, really good. So I'm excited about that one. Next slide. Community outreach, like I said, we brought Caleb on. He's phenomenal. If anybody's had an opportunity to work with him, he's a genius. I'm so glad we got him. He's finishing his degree up at Grand Valley right now in communication and marketing. So he's really done a phenomenal job in how we're messaging what we do and marketing what we do. Some of his efforts have actually, with the transportation, we spent a couple of months really pushing that one pretty hard, and it showed about 187% increase in our rides just through his social and our emails and our communication that we're getting out. So we appreciate it. And then also, Commissioner Teeple's getting out and talking about us, to folks out in the community helps. So we appreciate your involvement as well. Next slide. Just some key points. $130.5 million of federal VA money has really trickled down and flowed. I almost said funneled, but I think that would have been a bad term, right? So yeah, about $130 million has flowed down the Ottawa County to our veterans through compensation and pensions and education. You see a big spend is within the healthcare and Medicare and how the VA works with the insurance companies. So a lot of money coming down to the county. Yeah, and we're on pace. So we're doing really well. So a couple of things to look forward to in 2026 is really internally how we set up our case management. Last couple of years, we've really been focused on resource referrals. Now we really want to focus on case management, proper handoffs to other resources, but really maintaining, contact with folks and making sure they're being taken care of. So there was a VA rule that came out. This is really for the general public, but there was some conversation over the last couple of months about a rule that the VA was going to take away disability compensation from veterans. And the example that I would give is, let's say you're receiving compensation for high blood pressure through Agent Orange exposure in Vietnam, and that high blood pressure is managed by medication. They would take that disability compensation from you because it's managed. That has been rescinded. That is not moving forward. Secretary Collins made it clear that it would not go through. And there was an announcement this morning as well that it would not go through. So if you're a veteran out there and you're concerned about losing your compensation, it's not going to be the case. So we're excited. But I'm going to open up the questions at this point.
All right, thank you, Jason. Yeah, questions? Anyone?
I asked mine, I'm good.
All right, good deal. Bill?
No,
All right. Just a thought.
Yeah.
With the $600 for burial expenses,
Mhm.
wonderful. And I remember we voted to increase that. I think it was last year. One of the jokes in our household is that with life insurance, dad's worth more dead than alive right now. And I just wonder if a veteran comes in and says, can you help me? And we have to say, no, we can't. But if you die, we'll give you $600. That's not a great place to be. And I don't think we're in that position, but I'd want to make sure that that situation never came about and that our veterans knew that they were taken care of. So
Yeah.
that's just a comment there.
I thought you were going to tell me we needed to raise it.
No, well, no. We're,
Just get
raise
out.
the burial
I had my
expense.
pen. I was
Ready.
writing.
You
I
were
was
ready.
writing down. I was like,
Yeah. No, I just, a little bit of a joke.
Burger said
on that.
$1,000.
Yeah,
I'm like,
Bruce, yes.
can
I
I
just
get-
want to make sure that our veterans are taken care of while they're alive as well, not just that. So, yeah.
can I get 1,500?
Yeah. All right, get them off the stage. Where's the hook? No, Jason, genuinely, thank you for all you do for our vets. The community involvement throughout Ottawa County has been tremendous. And that event that was in Grand Haven, what was it called again?
It's the stand down resource.
Yeah, that was tremendous. So thanks for the invite to be a part of that.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, moving on.
Thank
Thank you. I believe we have public comment. And we have a number of members of the public. You come forward, keep your comments to about 3 minutes, identify yourself and your voting area jurisdiction.
My name's David Moran from Allendale Township. I'm going to start out with saying I believe Commissioner Kyers is 100% right. That when he calls Ottawa County Road Commission, he gets excellent responses and they're very thorough and more than willing to work with them. I would also say that I believe if my last name was Hannenberg or Walcott or Sietsma or DeYoung, or I was county commissioner, I would probably get the same response. Now, as far as the authority, I want to thank those that voted against the authority. I really appreciate what you did. From one who's been down rough roads with authorities at Ottawa County, I can't express how much pain and agony it is, but I'm telling you the truth. So I went to a few of these meetings that you had in the county. I went to one of them. And as I listened, I found it interesting that this proposal was being adorned with bells and whistles and flyers, and oh, it's going to solve this and it's going to do that and it'll do this. The crutch of it is the main cornerstone was that it's going to save taxpayers money. I'm going to tell you something. Anytime the government doesn't pay, the taxpayer always pays. Okay? Whether it's at the state level or at the county level or at the township level, the taxpayer pays. And I would challenge all of you to take a look at how you do things. Mental health. Mr. Teeples, I'm sorry for the struggles that your family's had. But you know personally how important it is and what a priority for your family it was to take care of your sister. It all comes down to priorities, people. Is a human being a priority over a bike path? Is it more important to take care of mental health than to put in fiber optics so that people can have fast internet? Where's your priorities? This isn't hard stuff. You guys deal with priorities in your own budgets every day at home. Sometimes you get so involved in things you forget how basic everything really is. I'm going to tell you something, being on the receiving end of a government agency that believes it's all right to lie and deceive, even to the Supreme Court, at the expense of the citizens that live here, it's not good. As I've told previous board members, when you have an authority and you appoint people to that board on that authority, when those people no longer follow the law, abide by the law, or by what's right and wrong, and you find out about it and you don't hold them accountable, their sins are now your sins. And I'll leave that with you, but remember that. Their sins are now your sins.
Thank you, Mr. Morley. Thank you. All right, anyone else?
Dan Zimmer, Port Sheldon Township. The January 2026 board meeting overhauled pre-existing terms with 34 amendments. Code of Ethics and Commissioner Code of Conduct are tossed about as meaningful sound bites. The board removing the paragraph of the Commissioner Code that set out penalties and thresholds for enforcement, leaving only an aspirational code emphasizing civility and respect. Well, isn't that precious? I have a hypothetical I would like to test and task the board with. You are in closed session, and a representation is being made as if it is from legal counsel, but in fact it is not. I would ask how, per the new Commissioner Code, these three aspects of the new code square off with each other. One of three. No commissioner shall reveal confidential county information obtained during his or her service to a third party unless expressly authorized to do so by the full commission. Emphasis added, said information is false or misleading and fabricated. Two of three. Each commissioner owes a duty of candor and honesty, emphasis added, in his or her relations with other commissioners, county administrator, and county staff, the media, and public. Three of three. We are part of a republic form of government, meaning we were elected to use our experience and judgment to make administrative policy decisions as a body for county government. However, we must be open and receptive to changing our preconceived opinions based on what we hear, observe, and learn. With that said, I can inform you the ethics reminder petition now has 483 signatures and 135 comments. I have a copy of petition results to date for the clerk. It takes time for the community involvement to catch up. It is a work and ongoing process. I think it is important that it be a public historical record and subject to Freedom of Information Act request documenting community pushback.
All right, thank you, Mr. Zimmer. Is there anyone else in the audience? Anybody online? I saw a nod. All right.
Can you please state your name and your voting jurisdiction, please?
Absolutely. My name is Joe Spalding, and I vote out of Holland Township. It's like driveway Dave got a glow up there. It's looking cool in that pea coat. I'm a fan. I want you all to consider the answer to a question, and you don't have to think too hard about it. It's pretty clear, especially if you start looking into it. And that question is, what happens if you get everything that you always wanted on immigration as a Republican? Not what Ronald Reagan wanted, because he granted amnesty to everybody that was here, because he understood what we were dealing with at the situation. But what Donald Trump says he wants. What happens if tonight every single undocumented immigrant disappears out of this country? And one of the things that would objectively happen would be that the rate of murderers and rapists and thieves and criminals per capita would go up. The rate of criminals per capita would go up. And the question I want you guys to think about is, why would that rate go up if we got rid of every single undocumented immigrant? And the answer has something to do with somebody that's sitting in the room with you. If somebody there brought a firearm to a Christian soccer game and got it canceled because he wouldn't leave it at home, and he brought a firearm to a protest on campus, and he brought a firearm to a library or out while canvassing in a cul-de-sac, that firearm was not to defend that man from undocumented immigrants. It was to defend that man from citizens and how they would react to him expressing his opinion, because his opinion is knowingly vile. So he does expect bad backlash. That's why he brandishes when people tell him to leave. But he's not bringing that to defend himself against undocumented immigrants, because citizens commit crimes at higher rates. Now, if you think that county government is to intervene against the federal government when they are violating the Constitution, you should be screaming right next to me louder than I am. I don't agree with that. I think county government serves a different purpose in the state. But if you built your county government career saying that and talking about the doctrine of lesser magistrates or whatever, you need to be there defending the Constitution and the Bill of Rights specifically against the way the federal government is using immigration as an excuse to trample on our rights, our collective rights. Because right now, all the government has to do to strip you of your rights is say you're an illegal alien. And suddenly you don't have due process. And if you don't have due process, you don't have access to any of those other rights, even the one that lets you strap your pea shooter to your hip every day, Joe Moss. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spalding. Note for those out there, please keep your comments addressed to the chair. With that, I believe that's it online. Okay, all right, thank you. We'll turn it over to Patrick Waterman for the administrator update.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of things. We did have a sympathy card going down the dais. We had an court employee that tragically and unexpectedly lost a child. So we're just trying to show sympathy. And if you haven't had a chance to sign that, it's here next to me. We are very much looking forward to our strategic planning retreat next week. We've talked about that a lot today. I think everyone's got a lot of excitement about that. Slight schedule change. We are going to have people arrive at 8:30 on Monday instead of 9. Hopefully that still works. And Tuesday at 8. And Lou needs to catch a flight on Tuesday. So I apologize for the late notice on that. I think we posted it at 9 o'clock, but he's asked if we could accommodate a little bit earlier start time to get him out of there. It's at the Howard Miller Library. It will be open to the public, and hopefully we look forward to seeing you all there. If any of you have an insatiable desire to continue meeting, we have a Management 101 training going on right now in Conference Room H. So if you're interested in that, there's going to be a short presentation on it. I wanted to bring that to your attention. Corporation Counsel position. I've gotten a lot of questions about that. I have just finalized an updated job description, and I'd like to bring that to the Planning and Policy Committee next month for discussion, and then hopefully bring that back to this board at the end of the month to be posted. So just an update on that. And yeah, finally, wanted to highlight and thank the Department of Strategic Impact, who really helped out on that early eviction program. The metrics that you saw today, I would be remiss if I didn't give some kudos to Paul and his team. And finally, I want to thank you for your vote today. I know that was a difficult decision on the CMH. You can trust that we are taking this very seriously, and we'll do our very best to make sure that we carry that through in a way that is appreciated by this board and the community. So appreciate your vote and your support on that as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, time for commissioner comments. Maybe we start at the left and work our way around. Sylvia, take it away.
All right. I don't have too much. I was thankful for the opportunity to go to the NACO conference, sat in on a day of health policy, enjoyed hearing updates on some federal policies that have been implemented or in the works. I feel like my brain is still processing from a week of that, so don't have a whole lot of comments on it at this point, but just thankful for that opportunity.
John?
Yeah, I'd like to comment about the NACO conference too. I didn't know what to expect. I really thought NACO was more of a lobbying group, and it was pretty clear that we're an intergovernmental group that has a totally different credibility at Capitol Hill. And I really appreciated understanding that better. I think we walked, I used to think that if I went to a conference, if I walked away with one new idea that was worth it. This one was well worth our time. Can't wait to debrief all this with all of you and who went to different sessions. I mean, some of you I didn't see the whole time. I don't know. So there's just so much to learn from all this, and the connections that we made there are going to definitely help Ottawa County. There's no question in my mind about that. So it was well worth the time, and I appreciate the community supporting this for us to go.
All right. Thank you. Phil?
Yeah, I'd like to talk about NACO too and the connections I made. I went to the Great Lakes Water, that's caucus, that's all the states and counties that surround part or touch part of the Great Lakes. And one thing they really talked about, and I think the theme of the NACO conference was a lot of streamlining EPA and just forms that you got to fill out for transportation or for farmers, just to help the community grow faster instead of taking months and years just to get to a point you need to be in life. And one thing that I learned about the Corps of Engineers that they do a lot with water and stuff like that. And it was really interesting that one of the district reps were actually, I never knew before, right here in Grand Haven. So as far as he talked about water recharge, which is one of the hot topics here, and he said, you know what, there is money for that, Corps of Engineers. I was doing backflips on that one. So it was really good. I enjoyed it, and thanks for everybody who participated in it.
All right. Thank you. Allison, yeah.
Two things. I'll continue on our conference. I was chatting with somebody recently about what do we do as county commissioners, and I think we really reflect a lot of issues that happen at the state level, but as well as at the federal level, and why it's so important to have a seat at the table locally, up to the state, up to the national level. I attended a half day of more like the energy type policies, and then sat through many of the other seminars as well. And again, I think as Commissioner Rhodey stated, kind of still gathering some of my thoughts on all that we took in, and look forward to conversations with each of you as well. One other thing that I just want to bring up, since we have two of the commissioners that currently serve on community mental health, and maybe we can catch up Commissioner Wenzel as well, but I would like to put this as a formal plea to you that are sitting on that board due to a public comment that was brought forward today by the Momentum Center. I would like you to take quite seriously the comments that were made of spending a month in the Philippines. To me, that was not stated how that money is being spent. There is a lot of money that is trickling into the Momentum Center, and I believe it's imperative that we are taking a deep dive into how money is being spent. It must be intentionally focused on taking care of us locally. And when we're talking about looking at internationally about how they are resilient, we have people here in America, right here in our county, that deserve to be looked at as our people. And I'm just going to make a charge to you and to Mr. Rhodey and to our CEO, Dr. Bashirs. I really hope that there's more of a deep dive that's being looked at there. So that was very concerning to me.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Georgezma.
Yeah, I was at NACO as well. I thought there was a lot of interesting stuff that went on there. And one of the interesting things that I heard about was a little talk about data centers and solar. And we're not the only ones who are dealing with those problems, shockingly. So it's interesting to hear how other counties are dealing with that, working with the companies or not working with the companies, and the different types of solutions that have come from that. So that was pretty enlightening. Different counties in different states operate very, very differently, but there are a lot of similarities in some ways. So that was pretty interesting as well. I also was, I work in Lansing, and so yesterday had the opportunity to be around during the State of the State. I wasn't in the chamber, but got to listen to the speech. And it doesn't normally happen where the State of the Union and then the State of the State are in back-to-back days, but that's what we had on Tuesday and Wednesday. So it's been a busy day for those of us who follow all that stuff. But there are a lot of interesting opportunities that Ottawa County has in working through this budget cycle and some of the different priorities. So I'm optimistic that there's some opportunities. There's going to be some challenges and threats as well. But we have good partners at the state and good representation at Ottawa County for Ottawa County in Lansing. So just wanted to give a shout out to our state representatives and state senators as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Mellis.
I'll echo a lot of that, and enjoyed the NACO conference, and especially that data center, information. They did multiple sessions on it. It was really good, very helpful information, and yes, similarities. But maybe just to reiterate, there are solutions that are being, sought after in other states. Michigan probably needs an adjustment to be able to maybe do a little bit better and allow local control and try to place data centers not on prime farmland, things like that. But yeah, it was really helpful. So that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll say the same. The trip to Washington, D.C. was very helpful. I hope we advocated on behalf of Ottawa County residents, all of us there. I know that we had time to speak with Senator Peters, Slotkin, also Representatives Huizenga and Skolton, and in the opportunities that I had with them, in particular Huizenga and Skolton, to talk about housing, groundwater, transportation. So they are very tuned into what's going on in Ottawa County. And then again, at the state level, Join Jordan and Phil, I believe, was on the floor as for the State of the State address. And it was just great to be plugged in there, to shake hands, to make sure that people know that Ottawa County's here and we're engaged and looking out for everyone. Finally, last note, Commissioner Zylster just asked me to clarify on CMH note. We are, with the change to an authority, the opportunity, if anybody doesn't feel that's the direction that they want to head, they're more than welcome to step down. No problem with that. Those, as Commissioner Rhodey has indicated, who are committed to going forward with it, applaud you as well. And we'll be opening the portal to apply for the CMH board. We have 5 openings beginning tomorrow, Friday, and closing on March 6th. So if anybody's out there who's interested, you're welcome to apply to that. We'll be doing interviews over the next month with appointments starting. We'll do the appointments at the end of March, but the term will start April 1. It's a 3-year appointment through March 31 of, help me, 2029.